The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it all goes down, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it all goes down, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Hello, and welcome. Happy Friday to each and every one. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers, and happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to a wonderful and restive weekend for those who don't have to work. And before we start, let me just say happy International Women's Day to all the wonderful women out there, and thanks for all the priceless contribution that you have made in the house, in the community, in society, and in the world at large. Because what we do as women is priceless. So bless up each and every one of us women, and happy International Women's Day again. Okay, so remember guys, when you come in to like up the live, share us out if you can. And if you are new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. We're going to be having two guests in studio tonight. Mr. Finzi is already here, and Byron will do the formal introduction shortly. Let me just welcome those in the chat. Andrea Hunt was there earlier. Colleen Stewart, Gilmore Jarrett, welcome. The Truth, welcome. Joey B, Owen Siegel, Uriah Fuzzy, Don Mel, Andrew, welcome. Andrew Fisher, Una Vassal, Larry Beckford, Sweet Pea, Sonia Ellis, Earl Scrabber, Alan, Barbara Finley, RJ, Miss World 7572, Ricardo looking in as usual. Happy Friday. Ransford McLean, welcome. Doreen Bennett, Beverly Forbes, Freedom, Rosalie Ricketts, Sam Allen, Letitia Elliott, Fitzroy Palmer, Albert C. Welcome. And as you know, as we go along during the night, I will welcome persons as they come in. If I lose control of the chat, then I'll just do an umbrella welcome to everyone who join in after. Right, so without any further delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron, and the topic for tonight is pressure burst pipe.
All right, thank you, Oni, for that precursor there. Always doing a wonderful and fabulous job, so we all appreciate that. I want to say a big welcome to all the subscribers here. Thank you to make Mystic Sensation continue to be the family that Mystic Sensation is, building and growing, right? So I want to say big thanks to you all. Tonight, In studio, of course, we invited none other than Major Robert Finzi Smith. And Major is no stranger to many of us on social media, as he had visited couple of platforms. We have seen him. But the Major, as it relates to profession, is the Senior Director, Safety and Security at the University of Technology, Jamaica.
No. Hold on. That was, I retired in 2018.
Thank you.
Spent 14 years there. But you can read it and say used to be.
Used to be. Okay, used to be. And thank you for the correction, Major. Right, I just take the information from the LinkedIn information there. But the Major has 43 years of experience in security and investigation files spanning military and private sector. So of course, the Major has some wealth of knowledge as it relates to security. But tonight is very, very serious as it relates to what we are going to do, and the reason for me to have the Major invited, right, as it relates to his analytical skills. Now we are going to be focusing on Andrew Holness' Statutory Declaration, right? And we are going to go deep dive. When I say deep dive, I mean deep dive. We are going to ask as it relates to the right or objective opinion, right? And based on what we are going to present as documentary evidence thus far, right? That we can formulate, an objective opinion as it relates to the entire happenings. Now, we know that the Prime Minister, right, Statutory Declaration as it relates to is 2020, 2021, 2022, and the possibility, let me repeat that, the possibility of his 2023 will not able to be verified. Now, particularly for tonight, what we are going to be targeting is 2019 Statutory Declaration that was certified by the Integrity Commission. And we are going to go into the intricacies of understanding why was it verified then and why now the Integrity Commission having problem to verify this 2020, 2021, 2022, and the possibility of his 2023 Statutory Declaration will not be able to verify. Now we are going to get into some of the issues, and going through the process, I am going to be asking the Major to put his input as we go through, right, various documents. We know that this week has been impactful. We are going to touch on some of those subject matter, but we want to deal with this because the Prime Minister, right, he is the leader of our country, and where checks and balance is concerned, it is paramount as it relates to our leader being in the bracket of good governance. And so then it is important that we demand from our leader checks and balance and transparency, I might add.
Caesar's life must be above reproach.
Exactly, Major. The Major said the Prime Minister has to be above reproach, and definitely so, right? Leadership at the helm, leadership, right, at the #1 office in the country, right, should establish its full purpose of transparency. So then we are going to go through our first clip. Ms. Tara there as yet?
No,
Okay. Yes, as soon as she comes in, then you can just drop the link. All right. So we are going to go through our first, and let me say this to all persons who are listening in, as it relates to the diaspora, as it relates to locally. We can say that at we speak, currently more than 2,000 people are listening to us just now. And so let me make this clear. We will be going through chronological sequence, right? For those persons who are following, right? And for them to come with, you understand, a conclusion. Let me say this before I go any further. This is what we call the public court of opinion, right? This is not, right, the normal judiciary court where, you know, we are going to say, okay, all right, the person guilty based on evidence. We are going to formulate our conclusion based on what we have tonight, right? And so then, without any delay, let us play the first document. As I said, I'll be going through a chronological sequence for you to understand what transpired as it relates to why the Prime Minister Statutory Declaration, right, for 2020, 2021, 2022, right, has not been verified, and why, you understand, let me say this, I am guaranteed 100% that the Prime Minister Statutory Declaration for 2023 will not be able to verify. So the first document that I will show, all right, is the opposition leader, Mark Golden, right? And a lawyer that making comment on the Integrity Commission situation as it relates to our Prime Minister, right? So here is the first clip that I'm presenting, all right?
Okay. All right, let me just go ahead and share.
Action against corruption. Now the Prime Minister finds himself under the spotlight. And I don't think that anybody should have to say to him, do what you demand of everybody else.
The Prime Minister is at the head of the stream when it comes to national governance. The Jamaican people are growing increasingly cynical that there is no accountability among the political class of the country for wrongdoing. This referral of the Prime Minister for possible prosecution by the country's principal anti-corruption institution raises serious questions about integrity, credibility, and his fitness to lead the country. The Prime Minister cannot remain in office while this possible prosecution for corruption charges is hanging over his head. I am therefore calling on the Prime Minister to do the right thing for Jamaica. He must now, at a minimum, take away himself on a leave of absence until this matter is finally resolved. Nothing less than that will do right by our country at a time like this.
That is true.
I think it's good for Jamaica that the Integrity Commission has shown that it has a level of independence and objectivity that it can refer the Prime Minister of the country, the head of government, to the Director of Corruption Prosecutions for possible prosecution. That shows an institution that has at least demonstrated that it's trying to comply with its statutory mandate and the principle that no one is above the law.
You spoke about the Prime Minister's 2021 Statutory Declaration that has not yet been certified up here. There has been a lot of discussion around this. The public is unaware as to exactly what is happening based on the legislation that you are familiar with the gap, so to speak. What steps can be made at this point in time to, remove speculation and just be politically in the dark on this particular issue, which is the issue of national importance? What can be done in your view to be fair to the Prime Minister? What can be done, if anything at all, to remove any speculation?
Well, first of all, I would imagine that the power lies with the Prime Minister to deal with whatever it is that has led to the inability of the Integrity Commission to certify his declaration. But in the absence of him doing so, the Integrity Commission is a commission of Parliament. It reports to Parliament. Indeed, it is this report on the matters that relating to this company's contracting and the connection of this company with the Prime Minister, in the principles of this company with the Prime Minister in many other businesses and so on. That has come to Parliament as a report. It's now in the public domain. And therefore the media and the public at large are free to comment on it, analyze it, discuss it, etc. In relation to the matter you have asked me about, which is the fact that the Prime Minister's declaration has not been certified by the Integrity Commission, the Integrity Commission could issue a special report to Parliament on the circumstances around that. And that would therefore bring the matter into the public domain in terms of where it is, what the reason for it. And would clarify what is now the subject of uncertainty and some amount of speculation. But from my point of view, it is a situation which is not good and indeed problematic in the governance and administration of the country that the declaration remains uncertified for such a long time. The law was passed and with a specific provision requiring the certification of the declaration by the Integrity Commission of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. Indeed, a summary has to be published, and in my case it has been, because mine has been certified, but the Prime Minister's remains outstanding.
To my best knowledge, there is no statute of limitation on corruption. So it matters not whether or not the corrupt activity took place yesterday, took place 10 years ago, 15 years ago. The matter should stay to death.
Yes. All right. So, as it relates to what the General Secretary for the People's National Party said, that as it relates to his recollection, that there is no statute of limitation, right? And, that corruption issue there. But let me say this, right, as it relates to what Dayton said, right? The Jamaican Labour Party government, right, uses 48 members of parliament, right, in terms of making amendment, right, and have statute of limitation as it relates to certain charges. So this is how Andrew Holness, right, in terms of what I would classify, you understand, making adjustment in laws to appease himself. Why we get here tonight and why we have to discuss this tonight as a result of the recent report came out with Bolt, where the investigation validating as it relates to the amount of money that Bolt had lost in SSL. And we are going to connect some serious dots here tonight, right? Where SSL is concerned and what I would say as it relates to what looking and seeming to be illicit enrichment, where the Prime Minister is concerned. We have no evidence as it relates to any thing going through any judiciary, so we have to be careful in terms of how we word stuff on this platform. We want to make sure that we stay in tandem of the law and we are not exposing ourselves to legal issues. So we have to make sure of that.
Okay, all right, dear.
Okay. So then we are going to go to the next clip, right? And when we go through some series, then of course we are going to ask, right, the input of Major Robert Finzi, the input of Tara J. Bloggs as we go through, and I'll be guiding the process as well.
Welcome,
So where we are going to go now, Jamaica and in the diaspora, is to confirm investigation that Bolt indeed had put his money into SSL, and investigation is now concluded to say specifically, yes, what Bolt claimed that he put in SSL, investigation has found it, right? And so then we are going to present that document as it relates to investigation, validating, right, the amount of money Bolt put into SSL and the amount of money being missing. Interesting night tonight. We are going to get into the details. Without any further ado, let us put up that document to show that the investigation validated what Bolt had put into SSL. Without any further ado, Bolt funds validated. Okay, so, all right, share. Okay, so let me read the document for all to see. Bolt's SSL funds validated. Authorities confirm Sprint legend Usain Bolt 6.2 million investment with firm. So this is confirmed. And this is March 3rd, 2024. Let us read on. Jamaican authorities have validated a claim that a company owned by sports legend Usain Bolt was allegedly defrauded of 6.2 million or almost $950 million at investment firm Stocks and Security Limited in bracket SSL. The disclosure came last week during the trial of a claim that the Financial Service Commission, FSC, has brought against SSL and trustee Cadian Campbell. During cross-examination by the defense on Thursday, SSL temporary manager Kenneth Tomlinson said just over a month after his team took over, they confirmed the amount that was taken from the accounts of Bolt Company, Wellgen Limited. Take that document away, honey. So I just want social media to confirm, right, the missing amount as it relates to Bolt money. Very interesting. Now the next document that, because I'm tying, connecting the dots, right? Now, I want to say to people that Bolt joined SSL in the year 2012. I want people to write down that date. It's very significant as it relates to how we are going to connect the dot tonight. People, listen, write down 2012. We are going to connect the dots tonight, right? In 2012, immediately as Bolt put in his money, documentary evidence is going to show you that as he put in the money in 2012, that money was missing, was stolen by operators of SSL. So we are going to confirm information, the documentation that after 2012, immediately after Bolt puts in the money into SSL, that money was taken out. The reason why I'm stressed on it, when we go further down in further documents, you're going to say, whoa, my God, is this true what we are looking on? Let us move to the next document. Usain Bolt money moved out of SSL as soon as it was put in. Let us read. Usain Bolt money moved out of SSL as soon as it went in. New report. Right, the editorial staff, January 30, 2023. Between 2012 and 2017, Jamaican track and field legend Usain Bolt put $6.5 million in the investment business Stocks and Security Limited SSL. But the money was moved out nearly immediately without his knowledge. According to Jamaica Observer Investigation, Bolt invested $6.2 million in SSL in 2012 through a limited liability company called Resignation, which is the thought to be an amalgamation of his parents' first name, Wealthy and Jennifer Bolt. In 2017, another $900,000 was put to Bolt's account. However, beginning in 2012, $5.8 million was removed from his account via checks and cash. Furthermore, $90,000 in the account between 2019 and 2012 was swiftly withdrawn. The money removed would have included interest and dividends earned on top of the minimum amount invested, an Observer source said on Sunday. The source provided the Observer with the portfolio holdings and liability statement, which bore SSL's logo and was allegedly sent to the board team in September 2002 and show fixed income of $3,714,058 Sorry, equities of $7,415 million and cash of 918, totaling 12,047,065 million in the company. Lawyers for Bolt had written to SSL demanding that the reported sum in his account on October 31, 2022 was remained as only $12,758.181 be refunded by January 27. All right, let us take that away.
Just a second before you go any further.
Yes, Major.
He opened this account when?
He put the money in 2012.
Okay. Well, what you just read, probably a mistake or a typo. But
yes.
The update couldn't have been 2002.
Okay, yes. Okay. This is saying the source provided the Observer with the portfolio holdings and liability statement, which bore SSL logo and was allegedly sent to the board team in September 2022.
Yeah. Oh, so, 22. Okay.
Yes. So, yes. 2022.
Okay, fine.
Sorry. All right.
Take it away fully?
Yes, take it away. So you see, that is the reason why we have, of course, Major Finley here and Tara to make sure that we are in line with this investigation tonight. Now, let me say this, right? Where we are going as it relates to, we are going to put Andrew Holness, yes, Andrew Holness within the bracket of what we have just read as it relates to the two documents. Document number one, validating that Bolt indeed had lost, right, his money. Document number two, inform you that as soon as Bolt put in his money in SSL 2012, whoops, soon, immediately, it was taken out. Now we are going to put now Andrew Holness within the bracket of, right? We have seen Andrew Holness on the campaign trail saying every ghetto youth is a star. Every ghetto youth is a star. Now we are going to get into where Andrew Holness is going to explain his wealth, and we are going to see the level of discrepancies, and we are going to argue them tonight. We are going to make sure we go through clearly through the document 2011 is very important for us to take note of. And 2012, when Bol put his money, is important to take note of. So let us now put Andrew Holness under the microscope, and we are going to read as it relates to Andrew Holness' defense to justify his assets and liabilities. Let us put Andrew Holness under that focus. Without any further ado, Jamaica Gleaner, Holness Open House. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yep.
All right. Let us get into the detail. Holness Open House JP leader says he funded Beverly Hills home from savings, salary, suppliers credits, and loans. Published February 15, 2016. Let us get into the meat of the matter. Opposition leader Andrew Holness has provided details on the funding of his multi-million-dollar house in Beverly Hills, St. Andrew. In an attempt to respond to a smear campaign, he says the People's National Party is waging against him in the lead up to the February 25th general election. Holness yesterday issued a late evening statement disclosing that to date, the total cost of land preparation, construction, and landscaping is approximately $52 million spent over a period of 4 years. Let me speak to you all. Based on what he said there, approximately $52 million spent over. We have documentation in terms of professional evaluator who evaluated Mr. Holness' home to be in the cost of 200 million Jamaican dollars. We have that document. Financed by savings, salary, bank loans, and suppliers credit. Let us move on. Finance Minister Dr. Peter Phillips has been heading a PNP court since November 2015 that questioned Holness' financing of his home, indicating that it might not stand up to scrutiny. But Holness has started to dismiss much of the speculation in a statement that chronicled the building process, his source of funding, and how he became director of ADMAT, the St. Lucia registered company that purchased the land on which his mansion is built. The Jamaica Labour Party JLP leader said the company was formed after he became education minister in 2007 and a need to structure his personal affairs. Let me tell the public, as it relates to Andrew Holness being the education minister in 2007, the Integrity Commission begin investigation into Andrew Holness between the period 2006-2009. I want people to bear that in mind. Consequent on that advice, I incorporated an international business company in St. Lucia. This course of action is common practice, particularly for estate planning purposes. The name of the company, ADMAT, is a combination of the names of my two sons, Adam and Matthew. I am the sole director of the company, and the company has 3 shareholders, being my sons and myself. The statement read. Holness, who has also faced disclosure calls from the Trevor Monroe-led National Integrity Action, as I said earlier, said ADMAT was registered in 2008. And let me tell you something about 2008. 2008 is when Andrew Holness joined SSL. We have documentation to prove that. So 2008, and declared to the Integrity Commission a creature of the Jamaican Parliament, to which all members must make declarations of income, assets, and liabilities. Everything let me quote him. Everything I own is physically in Jamaica, when I said before, going to outline how funds were sourced for land purchase and subsequent construction of the house in late 2010. I started, people listen what Andrew Holness is saying here. This is in 2010. I started negotiation to purchase a piece of land to construct my family home in January 2011. I made the first of 4 payments. People, this is very important. I want you to write down that Andrew Holness paid for the land in 4 payments. Please write it down. I made the first of 4 payments on the land. Payments were completed in August 2011. The title was transferred in July 2011. Take that away. Hold on. Let me just read further to clarify certain things. Holness is denying making the notation signed while on a visit to Jamaica on the document that claims Phillips leveled and questioned at PNP rally in Manchester on Sunday. Even if that nation was indeed made, a notation was indeed made. Sorry. Attorney at law Patrick Bailey says it would not be unusual as Jamaica's title office gives different variations on how this can be captured, including the use of the words witness in Jamaica or witness while on a visit to Jamaica. People, I want you to make it known that Patrick Bailey is the person who sets up ADMAT company for Andrew Holness and several other companies that Andrew Holness have. Patrick Bailey is the man who set up these companies. Meanwhile, Holness has acknowledged that he is now indebted by the purchase of the house and land. So people, I want you to be taking note where Andrew Holness said Holness has acknowledged that he is now indebted by the purchase of the house and land. He explained that he used money from the accounts held at the Jamaica money market brokers and stocks and securities to finance, which is Stocks and Security Limited, to finance the purchase of his Beverly Hills property, as well as loans throughout the construction phase in September 2012, when Bolt put his money in the account. Take this document away. Let me explain some things. Now, Tara, Major, let it be clear that what we are reading tonight, 2011, when Andrew Holness made purchase on the land, he made the purchase within 4 payments. So Tara, ladies has to come before the gentleman. Tara, would you make any inferences to say that, I don't want to lead you, when Andrew Holness said he made 4 payments, right, on the land, what do you gather from that?
Blessings and love, beautiful people, first and foremost. Major, blessings to you too. It tells you that he's strapped for cash.
Woo!
The bottom line, straight up, he's strapped for cash. Because if you have it, why? And also after that, he said that he was indebted after he made those payments. So there and then it's straightforward.
Okay, all right. Say no more.
There's a hole in the bucket.
Major, what?
Yes.
There's a hole in the bucket, and may I be allowed to point it out?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Major.
Most
So now,
Honorable Andrew Holness is married to Mrs. Holness,
all right,
who, if you follow the tracks, would have been in a position by her stated occupation to have access to more cash than Mr. Holness would as a minister of government.
Exactly. Perfect.
But
Right.
nowhere in the setting up of ADMAT is she listed as a director.
Exactly.
The boys were not legally of age when they were listed as directors to be, in my opinion, so listed. Somebody would have to be the trustee for them until they came of age.
Exactly.
I don't see any sign of that.
All right.
I am not accusing anybody of anything.
No, we are not.
Just asking for educational purposes.
Exactly.
Now, you know, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Because for you to be able to have accounts from which you liquidated funds to make purchases, these accounts would have had to be structured some time ago.
Here you go.
And have sufficient capital to make it viable. So with all the time you worked for the former Prime Minister, Mr. Seaga, and all the other things you have done, would we be insolent to ask for the source of those funds?
Perfect.
Because you don't just say, I open an account. Where did the money come from? These days, if you go try open an account, they want to know how many times you go to the bathroom and how much sheet of toilet paper you use. Now, what made it possible for him to amass enough of a capital to not only have the accounts, but to draw down on it when you are making these purchases? And the other thing I wish to point out, and I'm not nitpicking, I'm just curious. You see the retaining wall? Have you ever done any construction anywhere?
Well, you know, my wife and I, we are currently building our home in Jamaica, right? I think the potential cost of our home roughly in the 40 million bracket. And so then we are going to refer back to the document as it relates to what Andrew Warner said his house cost, because my home, our home, right, as it relates to 5 rooms on it and 4 bathrooms, 4 bathrooms, right, quite a big house. And we are in the 40 million.
Do you require a retaining wall?
No.
Thank your lucky stars.
All right.
Because
exactly.
The retaining wall that I have passed a number of occasions.
All right.
I would estimate that the cost of that,
yes,
could build a small housing scheme.
All right.
And it is not so much because my parents, God rest them soul, had bought in Stony Hill.
Yes.
And we did some retaining walls, nowhere near as fancy as that. But we took the stone from the land, Stony Hill.
Yes.
But we discovered that the stone is not the cost. It's the stone cutters, the labor cost of knowing how to put up that retaining wall.
Okay.
And if you're putting up a retaining wall that is aesthetically pleasing, it adds another third of value to it, because you know you don't need workmen, you now need craftsmen.
Yes.
Which brings me, you see, I have an unfortunate memory, so forgive me. Somebody during this question and answer period of affordability, the Prime Minister's wife indicated that she paid workers with food.
But remember
Anybody else remember that?
Yes.
It's in print. It's not me say so.
Yes. We are going to get into some interesting stuff tonight.
I consider fascinating. like I said, I haven't done my job too long. Between the military and now, it's only 43 years. So I'm still learning. But my thing is, I have always learned in times of confusion, follow the money.
Follow the money.
And it have to stop somewhere where it was zero and it suddenly became, and it has to have some source of funds.
Exactly.
So the question I am thinking that is perhaps giving the Integrity Commission issues is source of funds.
Source of funds.
Now, let me clarify before you go into all your writing and reading. When I was at University of Technology is a very interesting place. Technically, it's supposed to be the national university. And when it suits government, it's a government institution. And when it don't suit them quasi legit, I don't know, but all of us at a certain level had to fill out these forms.
Yes.
I have all of my receipts. As a matter of fact, if you want me to, I will walk out and go to my safe and bring back the stock of them. Because every time you turn in one, them give the receipt for it.
Exactly.
And what was interesting about it was I made certain that I kept copies of everything I submitted. Because as you get older, your memory plays tricks on you.
Yes.
And some of the smallest things that you don't consider interesting or cognizant comes back to bite you.
Yes.
So, all right, let me do it easily. Let us say in 2010, I said I owned a house on which I have a mortgage, a automobile that had no lane on it, and a couple TV and this, that total value, that. The next year now, I have to take a look at my current assets, compare them to my past assets, and indicate if I get more in the current assets than I had in the past assets.
Yes.
How did I go about acquiring the new funding for it?
Exactly.
And when I tell you I have a portion of them here that I had to fill out. And if you're not careful, certain things that you have had forever, you don't think nothing of. Come on, I've always had that. But it's important because the people looking at the forms say, then what to the 50-inch TV you had last year?
There you go.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, of course.
And I believe that they may have tripped over themselves by the pace at which they ran.
Ah. Okay.
So
there you go.
I know where you're going, you know. I can probably save you some time.
Yes.
At what time and with what information did the Prime Minister find it prudent to remove what he had in SSL?
All right.
And having done so, and the times seem to coincide a little too closely to Mr. Bolt's
Major.
Now, in the States, that's called insider trading. You know, so something will happen and you move your stuff. Now, why I'm finding it fascinating that maybe I just think stupid, but the government institutions which under his watch had funds and maybe still do in the SSL. When you draw in your stuff to protect your stuff, what happened to me and the rest of my taxpayer friends' stuff?
Mm-hmm.
So you're willing to leave it there to the vagrancies of the wind and the wolves while you move yours.
All right.
Follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
So brings me back to how does a parliamentarian acquire a cash flow positivity to be able to have a $800 million construction?
All right. Stop there, Major. I am going to press on the gas a little bit, open the door a little bit wider, where not only you leading us, but the entire world is going to see. So just sit back and relax a little. Let me just dig in, because we are going to get back to that document that we had just read.
And you say, sorry to interrupt you, but let me just preview the thing. Perception is a hell of a thing.
Exactly.
You could be the best carpenter in the world and them feel say you can't drive a nail, you never get work.
Here you go.
The behavior pattern has created a perception. The hesitancy, I'm choosing my words carefully.
Yes.
Hesitancy for disclosure of people that the Integrity Commission have issues with makes people wonder why.
Why? Yes.
All right.
It's another matter of what interest do you have, and what do you have to protect?
Yes.
Jamaicans are funny. Jamaicans are sitting down somewhere, even some of his own supporters, saying, you and I upon it down. That's why you don't want to let it go. He is now in the middle of a conundrum.
Yes.
Here you go.
For those who are not aware of what that means, with no disrespect meant, whichever way you turn Makajukyo,
Exactly.
you're in a conundrum.
Yes.
He said that Mr. Warmington offered his resignation and he accepted it. Mr. Warmington, who regardless of his affiliations to lodges, etc., don't join church.
Yeah.
So Mr. Warmington said, no, you fire me. So everybody is now sitting down waiting for Mr. Warmington to say, all right, make I set the record straight. Which will tear down the entire structure, if you pardon the pun. And let me clear the air on this last thing for people who are wondering, what is the big who to do about who run the KSAC? The building committee.
All right.
Building committee.
Yes, we'll be touching.
And if somebody open their mouth and say, I need to speak, or Warmington says, you know something? You didn't do me any favors. I don't see why I should do you any.
There you go.
If you want me to give you a stock tip, buy stock in Maylocks. There is going to be a run on the sale of Maylocks.
Exactly.
Which is why it is reported that certain people who shall remain nameless headed to the counting at the Electoral Commission, came out in a panic, and then subsequently took a run for the KSAC when Mr. Ennis?
Yes, Mr. Ennis. Yes.
Said that he's no longer taking,
Yes.
feelings. So now, what is it? They're hiding.
All right.
That is all. I'm not accusing anybody of anything,
No, we are not accusing.
I am just what is known as a very curious. From a child, I was curious.
Exactly.
So I'm curious now as to what is the concern, and look at who lost their seats
Mm-hmm.
and what committees they headed.
Exactly.
Let me not trouble your program anymore.
But
So,
before you go into that, Byron,
yes.
I just want to say, Major said that his wife said that she paid some of the persons who work on the retaining wall by feeding them.
Yes.
But remember that Andrew in a video came out and said he did carpentry at school, so he
And he
went
laid-
and helped to do some of
He
the
laid
labor.
most of the
cut
stone wall.
cost.
Andrew Holness is saying that he laid,
He laid some of it because he did carpentry.
to cushion the cost. But interestingly, let us get back to the document because, right, more than 2,000, 3,000 people watching us. They want to know where we are going. And tonight we are going to get into the belly of the beast. Now, as it relates to, I told the audiences to make sure that they write down 2012 and also write down 2011. Now we are going to get back as it relates to the importance where I asked Tara, right, to give us her input as it relates to the 4 transaction that was paid to purchase the land in 2011. Now, I am going to read further as it relates to how much money that the Prime Minister had gotten from SSL. Now, this undocumentation, right, cannot be taken back. And so then the Integrity Commission is very serious because the Prime Minister stated this.
But SSL doesn't give loans.
Not a loan company.
Hold it, because remember that SSL, right, is not a banking institution per se.
No, it's not.
A non-banking institution that is not authorized to give loans.
Exactly.
Exactly. So then hold on. We are going to get and just open this Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness in a whole lot of trouble. And that's why, based on what we are going to do tonight, we are going to say Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness, as it relates to their statutory declaration, it will never able to verify. But look at this, look interestingly. So, my wife, bring up that document that we had just read. You close it?
Yes. That's if you
No,
want
we
to
have to
take
find.
that.
Yeah, because that is the investigation. That is what.
And as Miss Jones has just printed, it's a
Yes.
fascinating trip from not being able to pay your student loan.
Yes. Exactly. So we are going to get back to the document because we want for people to see the document in full and understand where we are going and why Andrew Holness' statutory declaration cannot be verified, even although the Integrity Commission has given him chance for him to bring documents to verify it. It cannot be verified. Now, let us go back, right, into the document and read the let us get to the completion of the document. Okay. All right. So, yes, we continue on the document, right? And let me quote, open quote, everything I own is physically in Jamaica, end of quote. Holness said before going to outline how funds were sourced for land purchase and subsequent construction of the house. In late 2010, I started negotiation to purchase a piece of land to construct my family home in January 2011. Let me stop right here and explain something. Andrew Holness came under investigation from the Integrity Commission between the period 2006 to 2009, while he was in the Ministry of Education, right? He influenced contract to Gavin in total amount of $28 million. I want people to write that down because we have that evidence. Andrew Holness, between the period 2006 to 2009, the Integrity Commission, right, have him under the microscope to have influenced contract, right, to Gavin, right, for the cost, total cost for $28 million. Let us read on and see if we can connect any dots here. So then, in late 2010, remember I told you that he was investigated in 2006 to 2009? No, in late 2010, I started negotiation to purchase a piece of land to construct my family home in January 2011. The amount that he was investigated for was over 28 million. Amount of contract that was influenced to Gavin. I made the first of 4 payments, and the land payments were completed in August 2011. The title was transferred in 2011. Holness is denied making the notation signed while on a visit to Jamaica on the document. That's a claim Phillips leveled at the question at a PNP rally in Manchester on Sunday. Even if that notation was indeed made, Attorney at Law Patrick Bailey says it would not be unusual as Jamaican Titles Office gives different variations on how this can be captured, including the use of the words witnessed in Jamaica or witnessed while on a visit to Jamaica. Meanwhile, Holness has acknowledged that he is now indebted by the purchase of the house and land. He explained that he used money from accounts held at the Jamaican money market brokers and Stocks and Security Limited to finance the purchase of Beverly Hills property as well as loans throughout the construction phase. In September 2012, we began preparing of the site for construction, which involved excavation of boulders and fragmentation of rocks. The resulting stones from this process were used to construct retaining, facing, and boundary walls. This initial phase was financed from my savings, salaries and supplies credit of approximately 3.8 million. Overall, he said those activities cost approximately $8.6 million. Only said the second phase involved the erection of the structure during 2013 at a cost of approximately $35 million. People, listen to this. Only said the second phase involved the erection of the structure during 2013 at a cost of approximately $35 million. He notes that financing came from a $10 million improvement loan from the Bank of Nova Scotia, a $3 million mortgage from Jamaica National, and supplies credit from approximately $15.6 million. Yeah. My wife, being a real estate developer, has established credit lines for the supply of construction and building material and equipment rental. Last credit came from the source in 2014. We completed all major construction and in that year spent approximately $9 million financed by salary, savings and suppliers credit in 2015. There was no significant construction activity as the project was substantially complete. Currently, I am servicing debt repayments to the bank and to suppliers. All of this has been declared in my annual integrity reports, which have been filed within the statutory time frame. The 43-year-old said he added, my report for the year 2015 will be filed by March 31, 2016 as required by law. An indication that he will not yield to the PNP's demand to publish his finances 9 days before the election. The PNP had demanded that Holness explain how he was financing his house, among several conditions for the party to participate in the national politics debate. I have now met the demands of the People's National Party. I look forward to debating Ms. Tris Portia Simpson Miller soon, Holness asserted. Responded to the development, Phillips told Lena, when we get the statement, the campaign team and the party will study, right, the issue. Take away that document. Yes. Let me remind people of Zara Burton investigation as it relates to what Andrew Holness said, as it relates to the source of his money in terms of how, right, he construct the house. Zara Burton from 18 Degrees North investigated through the various banks that Andrew Holness said he established the loan from. Make it be known as it relates to Zara Burton clip, as it relates to Zara Burton investigation, no loans was established bearing that. Let me repeat that. People who are listening, as it relates to Zara Burton investigation, no loans were found in relation to what the Prime Minister said. Now, bear in mind, where we are going to go next is going to be very interesting. I have sent Tara the Prime Minister's Statutory Declaration for 2019. I also sent Major that Statutory Declaration for 2019. This is where it's going to get very interesting. Now, let us get into that. And people are going to really alarm about this. Now, remember I said earlier, as it relates to document that we have verified as it relates to evaluator, evaluated Mr. Andrew Holness' house to be at least $200 million. So let us now go to the Statutory Declaration for 2019. Let us look into it to see what Andrew Holness had declared to the Integrity Commission and why the Integrity Commission may have verified it as a result of information that the Integrity Commission did not have at the time, and as a result, right, may have verified it. But let us go into the 2019. Hell is going to pop loose, Major Tara. Hell is going to pop loose. Without any further ado, let us lift up that document as it relates to the Prime Minister's Statutory Declaration for 2019. We are going to put that away. Okay, and they are seeing it, right? Yeah. Integrity Commission released Prime Minister's Statutory Declaration, an officially gazetted summary of the Statutory Declaration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness and his family, released yesterday, showed total Jamaican dollar assets of just over $161 million. I want people to write down that 100 and some $28,272 for a total assets value of $164,929,000. So let us just round off this to 165 million. Let us just round off that for simple understanding. So Andrew Holness had declared in totality of his assets $165 million. So where we're going to go below is going to show you the breakdown of everything that came up to the round off total of $165 million. So I just want people to understand the document. Let us go into that. What I'm going to read is just giving you the breakdown of what $165 million that he declared. The declaration showed that they shared liabilities of $1,949,000, right? $102.34, and other accounts payable of $20,269,000, right? $80.27, No US dollars liabilities were noted. The declaration of the period of January 1, 2018 to December 31st, 2018 shows earning of $15,567,477.41 in local currencies and an additional 8,000 US dollars 125. The summary of income, assets, and liabilities of the declarant, Holness, and his wife, fellow members of Parliament, Gillette Holness, and Andrew East Rural, and two sons, Adam and Matthew, highlighted 1,163,244.47 held in local savings account, plus current accounts totaling 16,338,970.46. This is in addition to securities totaling $10,642,81.92. Real estate valued at $7 million. Real estate mortgages, receivables, and business investments of $125,674,523, and accounts receivable of $435,236.04. The report reveals zero balances for automobiles and cash value of life insurance. The total US dollar denomination assets of $28,272.11 was noted as savings. Holness was born to working class parents on July 22nd, 1972 in Spanish Town. St. Catherine became the Jamaica's youngest prime minister at 43 years old. The firstborn after the nation gained independence in 1962. Take away this document, only let us get into the meat of the matter. Take away that document.
You remember Playfair saying that she couldn't find any mortgage listed anywhere?
Yes.
What was the estimated value of the edifice on Beverly Hills?
It was 200.
250.
250 something million? Because we want to make sure we're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. All right, we're coming up with that information.
Because I don't understand how they don't count his assets held by ADMAT.
All right, I know where you're going, where that is concerned. But before you go there, right, I want to point out some things because I'm going to give you the floor a bit where you can flex, right, certain information. But I need to provide you with all the information necessary. Major, look, the Prime Minister, Major, Tara, the Prime Minister, declared total assets of 165 million. All the persons who are seeing that, listening to us. Number one, remember the valuator reported that the lease his house value was 200 million.
200 million.
So that pass already showing if we are to consider that the evaluator information is factual, then right off the bat, we are seeing variances of what, 30 something million?
Yes.
Right, correct.
Can I just read that?
Yes.
Questioning.
Okay.
So I found the information.
So read it out.
In the grand scheme of real estate development, the cost, some over 200 million, really that expensive when one considers the location, the current land price in Jamaica, and other incidents of home construction and renovation. Have Mr. Holness and Mrs. Holness really okay? Made a
so then we have that evidence. Huh?
The house
Just
is
the
not
house.
an asset.
Yes, the house is an asset.
And it couldn't have been listed in the grand figure you just gave me here. You know what this reminds me of? During an investigation, out of a sense of mischievousness, I said to an accountant, how much is 1 and 1? And his reply was, how much do you want it to be?
Wow.
Whoa.
Right. So, question on Mystic.
Yeah.
Because when we're speaking about the declaration, in my little head, I know that it's supposed to be a combination of the wife and the husband, right?
You're perfectly right.
All right. And I think maybe you're going to go there as to the timeline of Mrs. Holness asset and when she started construction for some things and see the missing figures. I am not mathematically inclined, but right off the bat.
Yes. I like your thought process, right? Because you are going exactly where I'm going. So, and this is one of the reasons why, of course, we have to have persons on this panel tonight, right? The Tara and Major Robert with the level of brain power, right? So let us say this now. So let us not even factor in the evaluator report. Let us just assume that maybe the evaluator just lied. Now, where you are going, Tara, on the question that you asked, and where Major is going to be concerned with now, that the statutory declaration what given to the Integrity Commission in 2019 and where the Integrity Commission verified that. If you notice now, in 2012, not only that Andrew Holness was constructing his house in 2012 and take 4 years to finish it in 2016. In 2012, when board put in his money, right, immediately, as it relates to the report, said that the money was taken out immediately. Let us stop that. Not only that, interestingly, what never bear to mind was Mrs. Juliet Holness was constructing, right, apartment complex, right, that valued at this time over $800 million. Let me take off my glasses a bit, because this is serious.
I want you to repeat that mistake. I want you to repeat it inclusive of the timeline, the time frame, so people can get it in their heads that obviously there were things that were left out deliberately, and the time frame would have placed it in there that the numbers don't connect. None at all. The numbers are not correct.
Perfectly. No, not only that. Let us tie the dots now. Now, look at this. So then, let us cut. We are trying to be extremely justified to the Holness's declaration. We are trying to help them. We could try to help them. So let us cut Juliet Holness apartment complex that now value 800 into half, 400 million. So 400 million, and let us accept the 165 million being declared. And when we had that, that would be in the region of $565 million if we try to save them. Now, as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, I don't remember the specific section where it stated that if you lied on your statutory declaration, a fine is forthcoming. Is that right, Major?
Quite right.
Okay.
Now, in fact, it could reach a point, depending on the level of the lie, you could be in jail.
You could be in jail. So you could be paying a fine and imprisonment.
Yes.
Now, interestingly, that remember now, we asked the question, why the Integrity Commission may have accepted the 2019 declaration.
Because of what they were told.
All right, in 2019, guess what? SSL was not collapsed. Just listen. So then what happened? That the Prime Minister justified, right, some of his enrichment in saying that he got money from SSL, and where most of the money in 2011 that he got from SSL helped to purchase the land in 2011. Remember, Bold did not put in money in it until 2012. So let us talk up a bit. Let us talk about the source of the money that Major spoke about early as it relates to tracking the source. Let us talk about the first set of money that he was able to purchase the land. Investigation from the Integrity Commission proceeded into Andrew Holness between the period of 2006 to 2009. What amount of money the Integrity Commission, right, was tracking Andrew Holness for? The total amount of money that the Integrity Commission was tracking Andrew Holness for was $28 million. Let us ask the question, what was the cost for the land that Andrew Holness paid for? The cost of the land that Andrew Holness paid for was $26 million. Now, we are not saying that, okay, all
There's
right.
another piece of land, you know.
Yes. Yes.
Up Stone Hill, up
Yes.
Beverly Hills too.
Yes.
And no one has factored in that.
And no one has factored in that.
Plus, sorry to cut you.
Go ahead.
You realize that if they didn't have cash flow for the 800 million edifice that is trying to be constructed on lease flats, they would have had to have financing.
Exactly.
And that amount of money would have had to be added in their declarations as part of their liabilities.
Exactly.
And in my mind, I don't see it reflected. The lady says she's not
reflected.
maths. I worse is me to make calculator for.
It is not reflecting. Major, it is not reflecting. Now, let us push ahead. When Andrew Holness used SSL as a source to get money from, let me tell the people that Andrew Holness got money, what we sure of, on two separate occasions. The two separate occasions in 2011, where the money that he claimed he got from SSL used to purchase the land, major part of it used to purchase the land, right? Another loans that he get from other banking, as according to him, JMB, right? But the major part of it come from SSL. Now, in 2016, SSL was flagged for what? Misappropriation of client funds. Now, we know that Andrew Holness got money out of SSL 2011 and 2021, where he removed his account, closed his account out of SSL. Now, let me ask Andrew Holness this. I want to ask the world this. If SSL was not operating legitimately, doing investment on investors' money as it relates to putting money on stocks, bonds, and so forth. We know that SSL, based on evidence of the investigation confirming that Bold put his money in SSL 2012, and immediately when it went in, it missing. So then SSL wasn't functioning in the appropriate manner and was stealing money. How then Andrew Holness' account would blossom in profit for him to get money?
Good question, Mystic. And let me ask, because somebody just text something. Because some people are still confused as to what kind of company SSL is.
Okay, so let me explain. SSL is a broker company, right, where it carries a wealth advisor. So if you want to do like, some investment, right, and you know, you want to invest your money on whether stocks and certain things as it relates to the market climate. They carry what you call wealth advisor, who would have given you the information as it relates to how you can navigate your savings. And what they do basically is take the risk factors on your money as it relates to placing it on, you know, loans, certain stocks, high risk, medium, so you can have low risk, medium risk, and high risk. Am I correct, Major?
You're quite right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it is not a loan company.
No, it
Just
is not a loan where you can just go into SSL and say, okay, you want to write up for a loan. Number one, SSL is licensed under the non-banking entity. Simply means that they are not allowed to give loans, period.
Thank you.
That's the law. That's the law. FSC protected, you understand, SSL, right, doing all the misappropriation. So then Nigel Clark could have closed down SSL. Not only that, Major, the information out there as it relates to SSL, Major. SSL was a part of a project by Paul Cheng Young.
Yes.
In the 90s.
Yes.
And guess what? Involved in misappropriation of clients' money.
Yes.
And was sued.
Yes.
So then Andrew Holness would have known about this information.
Should have.
Should have known. And then SSL transformed itself. Right?
Oh, so it's new face.
Yes.
And really, Mr. Krosky was right hand to Mr. Chen Young.
Chen Young.
And he just took the baton and ran with it.
And not only that, Major, but Hugh Croskery was found, as it relates to evidence in the court, to be hiding assets for Paul Chen Young in Florida. Evidence. We have the evidence. So when we are talking, right, and I presume that they might have their people listening to us, you understand? We have the evidence. Right? We have the evidence. So then Hugh Croskery is not a stranger to what happened now. We call it in law where you and I experience, we call it MO, modus operandi. So we see the similar pattern with Croskery in the 1990s. The very same thing, right? Come and repeat its same culture.
So it's a mastermind.
About perception. There are people who kill them dead think that SSL was a feeding tree for the government.
Exactly. So then
I'm not saying it's so, but I'm telling you there are people who are of that distinct impression.
So what we have here, right, is in the habits of the pit, where I can say to Andrew Holness, right, that he will never able to come out of this pit. And so then when we see Juliet, after recent reports sent to her in Parliament, right, and she is now suppressing those reports to come out, it's a problem for the Jamaica Labour Party government who is seeking a third term.
What you say? I have a unusually unfortunate memory. You remember when they tried to conceal cabinet papers?
Yes.
For 70 years? What were they really trying to say? By the time all of them dead and gone, when somebody find out what happened, it's too late. You can't go dig them up and lock them up. No. The problem is this, from my point of view. Our memories are convenient. You have a lot of people complaining about the leaves on the ground. I know who plant the tree and I've watched them water it. So I am very afraid with it. My thing is, there was a time when people used to thief and hide. Thiefing is not new, but people used to thief and hide. Now, people thief and behave like the angel.
Exactly.
You know what I mean by that?
Government.
No, them just sit down. I talk about the artist, the angel, them thief and look upon you and say, answer.
Exactly. Exactly. You're perfectly right, Major.
So I don't care if you think I'm a thief. I have what I want already. I drive in my Prado, I'm a thing, and I'm gone. As long as I make certain that when I cutting with sufficient to make me continue the life to which I've become accustomed.
Yes. Yes.
There are a number of things that were promised to us. Amongst them was impeachment. And I don't care which side of the fence dishonesty come from. As far as I'm concerned, let's leak one new them. Why do you think Singapore came and took our ideas and became what they are now? Lee Kuan Yew just say, you know something? So it got so bad in Singapore, you can't chew gum in public. We do stuff and don't think nothing of it. Somebody bring a project to you and you say, well, I'm going to think this can't work, you know. So what's in it for me? And the project can't go until you answer that question. Or them say, leave these papers with me. And then them call them friend and say, I have a project here you need to look at.
Here you go.
And by the time you lift your head, somebody else have your project and run with it. I've said this before, and I'm unfortunately going to use your program to say it again. Jamaica is the largest remaining plantation on earth, undergoing the longest slave revolt in history.
So true.
The problem from my point of view, without calling any names, is that when certain people become in charge, the plantation raises its head a little higher. The sense of entitlement.
A sense of entitlement.
The sense, people who listen to me for a fair amount of time realize that I revere, as youngsters used to have heroes of Batman and Robin and Superman. My heroes were my parents. My mother have more common sense than most of the people I've ever met in my life. And she taught us we aren't born equal, with all due respect to the Bible and all the rest of those who follow it. If we are all born equal, like how we're speaking about Mr. Bolt, we all could run 9.58. Easy, if we're born equal. But we should all be given equal opportunity. What I found wrong is that we are concealing these opportunities. We're telling our youngsters, go to school, get an education, get a degree, which sometimes should be best used on a thermometer, and get a job. Do you know how many first degree students who paid thousands upon thousands of dollars for their education now answer a phone at a call center? How can we help you? Trying to best the sound America with a degree.
That's some still all for.
We should be teaching our children from kindergarten stage. As you see, when you come out of this educational system, own something.
Yes.
So true.
Own something. I've guaranteed, and I'm using myself as an example, perhaps I shouldn't. There are subjects that I couldn't bother with in high school. If I'd been able to relate it to business I want to be in, I'd get hundreds. because I'd studied, because I had something I could apply it to.
Mhm.
But we still haven't gotten too far away from Dan is the man in the van.
Mhm.
So as long as you keep these people entertained, color your shoes, name your call yourself, Radam, whatever, they miss the point.
Exactly.
So we have grown up a nation of workers who can't get no work and people who manage to thief a phone or a laptop now looking for likes. Why you think people used to write them name on the wall, L.A. Lewis type? They want to be seen as somebody and the newspaper's not putting them out. So they make them own thing. So you have some people like yourself and your lovely wife and Tara who
Thank you.
use the internet to educate. You have other people who use the internet to aggressively put forward a self-aggrandizement.
Exactly.
And I keep saying to people, if you could only live a quarter of the life you claim to live on Facebook, Instagram, and all the rest of these lovely TikToks, you'll be the happiest person in the world. But
So
when you
true.
go to sleep, realizing that what you have just portrayed to thousands of people is a lie.
Exactly.
It makes you more tolerant of liars. And I'm not calling
Yes.
anybody directly a liar, but who the cap fit, make them wear it.
Exactly.
And people are so, what do you call it now, consumed with disdain about us that they will tell us something, and it's like a man cheating on him woman. Him tell her something on Monday, tell a different story on Tuesday. Don't even want to talk to her on Wednesday. And say never say nothing on Thursday.
All right.
That is clear as day.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm going through?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we sit there and say, oh my God, that are running. I am not going to be stupid enough to say, yes, boss, you're the best. And sleep in my window and doors open. Not doing it. Not doing it.
All right.
But you have people who he means well. The road to hell is paved with those intentions.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't intend to follow nobody down that road.
All right.
So before you go any further, because this thieving thing just getting me. Do you know where the hotbed of corruption has been historically? Because you know you have two things. You have his story and you have history.
Yes.
Let me give you history. From the 50s come up, a feeding tree for politicians who wanted things quickly is the Ministry of Education.
Yes. You're perfectly right. And we have been tracking it and we see that clear history. So you're perfectly right.
And most people used to wonder why the teaching profession stuck close to the PNP. Because the PNP seemed to want the best for them.
Yes.
And gave them some form of dignity.
Yes.
Even when they said free education, it gave them a target to move towards.
Yes.
It allowed them to become qualified teachers without having to go without food to afford it.
Yes.
Then most people forget that when Michael stepped away for a while, his replacement, one of the first acts was to remove free education. We as a country are the greatest country on earth that has never achieved what it should. We should be able to say, I'm a Jamaican.
Proudly.
I'm entitled by birth here to the following: a roof over my head,
Mhm.
food in my belly, and unfettered access to education.
Yes.
Once you have that, everything else is brought up. I keep telling people this, and I must say too old, but there was a time when almost every parish in Jamaica had a hospital, you know. Different grades of it, but you didn't have to go too far to get to one. And then a lot of them were closed, turned health centers and things. And if you check the time, that is when the nurses headed for greener pastures.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing is happening with the teachers.
There you go.
All right. I see somebody here saying about Mr. Bustamante. Bustamante had the nerve to tell people that selfish better education,
Selfish better than education.
And we never stop to say without education you can't eat.
Exactly.
We push forward the tourism product enthusiastically. Have we ever asked anybody how much of the tourist dollars stay here?
You're perfectly
Never
right.
asked that.
Exactly.
And we have gotten to the point where we say we're going to import workers. You have people who can't eat because them don't working, but we importing workers.
Can you imagine? It's crazy.
It's not just crazy, it is insidious.
Exactly.
Because I am thieving from you with one hand and putting the other one over your mouth. Say, shh, don't say nothing. And people do stuff in plain sight. Again, forgive my unfortunate memory. I'm trying to remember the name of the organization. It had something to do with technology and computers and things. That they had someone hired to run it who didn't even come close to having the qualification to do so. It was a lady. And funds were flying like pigeons off the roof. And when they tracked back, Mr. Wheatley was the minister. And they found, although I don't hear all that going on, but the police raided and found $35 million in cash at a location in Spanish Town. Does your memory carry you that far back?
No, I haven't any memory relating
Print,
to that.
it's in print. Do your research.
Yes.
And a number of high-end motor vehicles was on the premises. And when them gathering the evidence, and the officer in charge said to the guy on the premises, "Who's carried that?" And the caretaker said, "No, boss, no, because he told them that Mr. Wheatley had given him the money to invest." So him said, "Whose car is that?" Him said, no matter touch that, and the big boss one.
Who's the big boss?
I rest my case.
No, the major is not going to speak that. But Major, I want you to hold on with us, right, if you have the time, right? Because what I want to carry the people through is the KSAMC. And why? Because that is more interesting to you know. Why the Jamaican Labour Party want to do everything in their power, right, to hold on to the KSAMC, although they have lost it. We know that the KSAMC is now in the holding of the People's National Party. And interestingly, right, I want you to just hold on a little bit with us, Major. Do you have any thing that you need to rush off?
Not rush out, but I have a couple of clients I'm supposed to meet.
Okay,
I work almost 24 hours a day.
Okay, so let me just see if we can wrap up this segment roughly about, could I get another 10 minutes?
I think we can manage that. Yeah.
Okay, so all right, let us quickly run through this. Play this clip and let we get into the art of the KSAMC as to why this is the crown jewelry that JLP didn't want to lose.
Right.
The root of most of the evil. We are not going to say all the evil. Most of the evil. Right? Find that document, honey.
You know about the rumors of getting your apartment building approved if you give me an apartment?
Okay.
Bottom at its finest.
And I'm wondering if they declare those apartments that they received on their integrity forms.
But remember, Major, that Juliet Holness at least flat has some clear breaches there. Right?
Clear breaches? You have a gift for a statement?
With KSAMC is concerned. So you see the problem in terms of not wanting to lose that. KSAMC and the possible information that is going to divulge.
Yes, the exposure that is going to come with it.
You have to lick down where you bill.
Yes.
If it is in breach.
Let me tell you something about these people. This really hurt me. I'm going to talk. You understand? Because I couldn't believe say any so that they do with this. You understand? Me couldn't believe say and all where Ennis have said disrespect on this. And just because Ennis not get deputy mayor again and Delroy get it. And if we say we are labor right, regardless of what, you not do your party this, and you not do your MP this, and you not do your constituency this, not care where you want to say. That means say you never have the Jamaica Labour Party 2020, and we are going to go down there, go sign as mayor. And one are going to be deputy and one are going to be mayor. And two of them, the PMP, them are swearing, you take the seat, and you give the blood clot. Yeah.
You see when God at work, God at work. And you see when God ready to mash up some dolly house, God ready to mash up some dolly house. People, who don't hear how the woman at anger Ennis. People who don't hear how the woman at anger Ennis. That simple means, you know, like not danger, you know, people. No, for all I want to know, Ennis are the councillor elect, Winston Ennis, walk away from JLP, break deadlock for KSAMC yesterday. And people, from that happened, people, I be a fiery voice note I release. But bless up to my viewers and my subscribers them. Me hope everybody having a blessed and a wonderful morning. Now my viewers and my subscribers, remember, in everything you do, always put God first in every any situation. Just always remember to call upon God. Always remember to pray, because a prayer day keep the devil away. Now, my viewers and my subscribers, all those stumble down over the Jamaica Labour Party. The corruption have come out. The corruption have revealed. Now, it is alleged that Ennis a run from prison time because him see what they come towards him. Now, a different story have come out now, people. Because this labor right woman, this labor right councillor, attack a different story. But people, we are going to run the intro and come back. Remember to leave a like.
I have to protect my dignity.
No, any card can play. No, what cause all of that people? Listen to this.
Social media, I just want you all to know that I have walked away from the Jamaica Labour Party. I've walked away from the KSAMC. I won't be going down there to be sworn in. I have to protect my dignity. I have to protect my values. And I have to protect my family. And the way I've been treated and disrespected, I am not having any more of it. And I've walked away. So officially, I am an independent until I return to Jamaica on the 3rd. I am leaving here tomorrow morning and I will return on the 3rd. I am tired of the disrespect, and I am going no further with it. Sorry that I may have disappointed some of you in this group, because I know a lot of you, look up to me and see me as somebody you can, talk to, somebody you would like to have around. But the cup is full and my heart is overflowing, and my family say I should walk, and I'm walking. Sorry for the disappointment I may have caused some of you, but life goes on. Okay, each and every.
No, people.
All right. Yes. So
Where's the follow-up note?
Well, basically, right, we know that he went back, right, and retracted his statement.
But it is important to listen to his. All right, forgive me. My training has stripped it.
Yes.
I have done hostage negotiation training.
Yes.
And I've even done some work where you deal with domestic abuse. And a woman call and say her husband beating the crap out her, and the team arrives. And by the time the team arrives, and knock on the door and say, Mrs. So-and-so, we're here in response. And she said, I didn't really expect that you were coming, No, he didn't actually hit me. He lifted his hand and I panicked. I'm sorry. I panicked. I'm sorry to have wasted your time. That is the voice and diction of an abused spouse who have something that has been threatened. Want to be able to sleep tonight.
Exactly.
And you can't tell your husband to come out of the house. So, you have to just hold your corners.
Hold your corners, my boss. Have to retract.
When I listen to his follow-up note, I listen to little things, I'm saying family. They ask him to just move.
Exactly.
And I'm wondering if somebody said to him, you mentioned your family. How are they?
Yes.
Because the sound of the lady with in between the expletives. You hear somebody, say if they have a gun, they must shoot somebody.
Yes.
She's clear. If I was protecting anybody, I would consider her clear and present danger. She has opened Pandora's box.
Yes.
You have lost the KSAMC.
Yes.
What are the implications of this?
Okay.
What has gotten you so hot under the collar? You lose the whole of Hanover. You never get thing there. You lose most of Westmoreland that you're boasting about.
They never get hostile.
You lose Moko. First time ever.
Yes.
From a turncoat. Who not only say I'm independent, him say I'm PNP.
Yeah, from a turncoat.
And nobody never make no noise about that. Well, not that kind of noise. The minister involved said that not as long as he's minister. So I'm waiting to see if he's still minister. But I can't help but feel that somebody had a talk with him.
Of course.
That is a man under duress. Listen to the second part. That is a man under duress.
That is why I said, where's the second part? Because it sounded, it sound like to me, maybe my imagination too good. But it sounds like somebody say, read this.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, Major, I am going to show people why the Jamaica Labour Party is trembling to the fact that the KSAMC is in the holding of the People's National Party So I'm going to reveal some of the corruption and documents. So I know that when I heard that lady crying and said, you have spent 8 years, right?
You can pull your coffers.
And you eat and you full your coffers. I said, no. Let me do some deep dive. Now I'm going to show you what my deep dive had resulted in. Now, only without any further ado, lift up the document and show the people why the KSMC is important, because trust me, Swaby, the current mayor, has indicated that an audit is going to be done. And this is the reason why. So let me just open the floodgate and show people, right, some of the damage as it relates to KSMC. Without any further ado, do this document. Yeah. All right, let's share the document. All right. Building construction lawlessness, inefficiency, incompetence, or corruption. Part 1. All right.
You see who is the author?
Look, Bruce Golden.
Okay.
Right? I get how you pointed out that in a major.
I'm trained to see certain things.
Bruce Golden, September 3, 2022. Look at this.
All
That's
right.
you're going to get a deep dive into the corruption. A source of much complaint, especially in the corporate area, is the prevalence of construction projects, particularly housing developments, that are in breach of the applicable regulations. You see projects going up almost everywhere. In many instances, what is being built, if any approval was ever granted, is far different from what was approved. You hear that, Major?
Yep.
You hear that, Tara?
Yes.
You may live for many years in a quiet neighborhood. You see the zinc fence go up. Construction starts. Workmen get busy. And trucks carrying steel and premixed concrete go in and out. Before long, they are up to 3, 4, 5 floors. The beautiful view you used to have is now blocked. Later on, people start moving in. There isn't enough parking for all those people, and their visitors, so many end up parking on the street. Eventually, traffic on the road becomes a nightmare. Vehicles are parked on your verges. Sometimes you can hardly drive out of your gate. Under the Building Act, the arrangement is that the developers are to put up a notice on the site and at the nearest police station and post office indicating what they intend to build, so that as an affected person, you would have the opportunity to raise your objection. I was pleased to learn that the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, KSAMC, will shortly be posting this information on our website that people can visit periodically to see what projects are being planned for their neighborhood. Sufficient unto the day, the primitive posting of notices is supposed to be done before approval is granted by the local planning authority, the KSAMC. But very often, nothing of the sort is done. You just see the structure rising from the ground. When you check it out, the developers may not have got the necessary approval from the project. No building permit was issued, or what often happens is that they get a permit for a particular set of plans, But what they proceed to construct is based on a complete different set of plans. Want to hear that? Let me give a specific example. Some time ago, I visited a friend who lived off East Kingston House Road. I noticed a building being constructed right opposite. They had completed 3 floors and were now putting in steel for a 4th floor. I asked what it was that was being built and was told that the residents were never informed. No notice was ever posted. They just saw the building going up. I took to the trouble to investigate, and what did I find? Approval had been given for 9 one-bedroom units. 9 one-bedroom units required 4 floors. Are you crazy? Since getting the approval for the 9 one-bedroom units, the developer had applied for modification of the approved plan to accommodate more units, but that modification had not yet been approved. It has been referred to the National Environment Planning Agency, NEPA. And let me tell you, NEPA is in the Prime Minister's office. We have been wondering why the Prime Minister have 19 agencies under his office, as is required for development on more than 9 units. When I spoke to NEPA, it said it had just received the modification application and not yet reviewed it. But the developer couldn't bother to wait on that. Oh, you mean, break the lawyers after 100 when it's around things. He had finished 3 floors and was now working on a 4th. Who knows? Maybe he is going to build a 5th and 6th. So I get in touch with the KSAMC. They visited the property and found that was being built for exceeding what had been approved. Them are going like them and know about it in myself finally. Something that should have been discovered long before. They issued a stop order, but up to the time of writing this article, work was still going on. That the stop order don't mean nothing, man. Money run. Inefficiency, incompetency, or corruption take away that document. Take away that document. So, Major?
I have a matter of fecal concern.
Go ahead, Major.
Majority of these things are being built on properties that were, there are houses there, or whatever, and let us say 5 people live there. We'd say 2 bathrooms. So now defecation for 5 people, 2 bathrooms is what was accommodated for. Now you have 5 stories with approximately 20 units occupying them. And let us say each unit has an average of 2 people in there. So now you have 40 human beings defecating in a space originally designed for 5.
Crazy. Crazy.
So my question is,
Oh my God.
didn't anybody think of this? Or is it that our local government authorities in the corporate area are lateral in thought?
I love your favorite words.
Because I'm trying to be polite, I'm sorry. But
Oh my God.
our water table is going to be
Exactly.
compromised. It's not already.
Yes.
Compromise.
Now let me help you out with the high-rise buildings. Oh, look pretty. All that. There are 2 concerns I have. One, we're in an earthquake and a hurricane zone. If you have ever been to New York and walked down Broadway, you will know exactly what I'm speaking of.
Yes.
A normal breeze running down Broadway can feel like a hurricane. The one like it wants to lift you up.
Exactly. I have been to New York, so I know what you're talking about.
And it's not because the wind is
Heavy.
heavy. It's because the wind tunnel that has been created
Wind
by
tunnel, yes.
the high-rise building. Now, these high-rise buildings are going up all over town. Have smaller buildings between them. And if we get a hurricane, God forbid, and a 60 to 70 mile an hour wind go between them, everything that is sitting between them will take flight. Because what goes in at 60 miles an hour can come out at 120.
There you go, exactly.
The other problem I have now is we seem to be making uptown ghettos. Anybody who have enough money to buy one of them, you're packing people in like rabbit hutches.
Exactly.
And now let me throw the cat amongst your pigeons for you. You ever watch this movie called Scarface?
Oh, yes.
You remember the scenes when Al Pacino and the rest were carrying duffel bags full of money go to the banks?
Yes.
And then the recutting came in and them couldn't do that so anymore. And they couldn't afford to pay the exterminators to stop the rats from eating the money. So somebody said to them, build some buildings and rent them. It's like a laundromat. You can clean the money. And that is how Miami's skyline changed.
Yes.
You know where else that happened? Panama City. You know where else it looked like it going to happen?
Well, I mean, uptown Kingston.
Kingston, Jamaica.
Corporate area. Here you go.
You have people who can no longer enjoy the houses that they no longer have mortgages on, so they have no intention of moving because somebody on the 15th floor is looking down into their bathroom. And people, rather than protect those people, they juke them up and say, yo, you don't like it? Sell me.
Yes.
And sell me at a price I like. I have no mortgage on my house. And it took me years to accomplish that. I somehow managed to time it that 2 months before I retired from UTEC, NHT sent me a note that said, you're no longer indebted to us. So I have a sign that I had put on my gate in celebration. It said, no trespassing. Violators will be shot. Survivors will be shot again. Because it's my yard now. I'm going to pay my taxes.
Yes.
Historically, we are the landlord versus the landless.
Yes. Yes, that part is true.
And we want, you want me to give you the cure to crime?
Go ahead.
Stop putting human beings in a position where a politician can walk by and say with pride, I have 40 votes in that yard.
Exactly.
What kind of living conditions can there be where people are voting age? 40 of them are living at that yard. It's like slave quarters. Big yard.
Perfectly right. You're perfectly right.
How do you expect children to grow up with a sense of values?
Yeah.
I raise dogs, and I know that when them have puppy, I make certain that one of the kennels I have built has a lot of space because somehow this space is going to be allotted to the strongest dog.
Yes.
I have to give them enough space that they can grow together. You still have a dominant one, but they won't chew up each other. That's what's happening in our tenement yards.
So right.
So
right.
We say we are developing, so we just stack the tenement yards 5, 6 high.
Because all it's about is money,
Yes.
nothing more.
Nothing more. Do you know that we're the only country in this hemisphere where downtown property is worth less than uptown property?
Yeah, because I mean, in first world country, it is the other way around.
You try get an apartment in Manhattan.
Exactly.
Now, there are rumors, and I really don't want to get you into trouble, but there are rumors that past mayoral, I'm not usually diplomatic, but let me try. Past mayoral individuals have acquired vast pieces of property by various means.
By various means.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you, there are two people who are no longer in the KSAMC, what they want to call it, that people are a little worried about because there's certain committees where they made things happen.
Yes.
Now they can no longer sit, much less make things happen. And the gap can't be filled because there is no authority to do so. So if the new mayor decides to be mischievous,
yes,
and says, I don't just want an audit, I want a forensic audit.
Hey,
problem.
Now,
Problem.
let me tell you
Major
where
problem.
we have to fix that. Oh, the leadership of the People's National Party has to make it very clear to whoever was there before and is there now that they will not countenance any attempt to conceal what took place before, because you may have taken a bite of the apple.
yes.
Oh boy.
And get bitten by the bug.
This
Yep.
thing is extremely serious, you know.
You have no idea. Do you know the bus park downtown?
Yes.
Thing that look like
Yeah.
jerk pans and some,
Yes.
you know, so it almost costs the same as the halfway tree center.
Really?
Well, we have seen many projects that being overcost.
You
Come
know who
on.
build it?
Those are the means in terms of robbing our treasury.
You mean
but
like the Negro sign?
You see, there you go. Right? Come on. So the major is right with what the major is saying.
And I'm saying this because you have people jump up and say, oh, don't like JP, don't like this PNP. No, hear me now, clearly. Whether you wear orange or you wear green, a thief is a thief.
Yes.
And if you accommodate them, you're an accessory before, during, and after the fact.
Exactly. Agree with that 100%.
So if this party, or I prefer to call it this movement, called the People's National Party, wants to regain, I won't even say power, wants to regain responsibility for this country, it has to be very clear
Yes.
that there will be no room for anyone. I don't care how much money you say you give me for elections, which means that the first thing you need to pass in Parliament is campaign donation financing legislation.
Exactly.
I want to know who give how much in give and what you want for it.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because we are in danger, you know.
Exactly.
Have you read what is happening in Haiti recently?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Have you seen the oligarchs that are now pushing wood of fire over there? People of autocratic behavior and lack of melanin. They have a private wharf in Haiti, you know. So they're bringing anything they want, including guns.
Yes.
Haiti once had an army. They disbanded it, so the gangs you see run up and down Haiti are ex-soldiers. Think about that I've just told you and see if you can duplicate it here in terms of the people who are involved.
Well, I'm telling you that as it really, and let me make it a little bit clearer for the audience, that we have seen some signs of what the major had just spoken about. As it relates to Andrew Holness autocracy. Let me break down certain things in terms of what you have just spoken. Right? When we see that Andrew Holness, as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, Section 53, subsection 3, that created a muzzle clause to suppress the investigators from speaking on any ongoing investigation. When we see that Andrew Holness even went as further beyond that, putting in clause that information cannot be revealed as it relates to what, 70 years?
Yeah.
These situations are crazy. And what the major had spoken about as it relates to where Haiti, the status of Haiti, right? We are seeing that if we allow, let me just say this really clear out, that if we allow this government, if we make the mistake, and this is one of the reasons why I, come with this, and I have the privilege to have the company of Major Finzi here, right? To give this Jamaica Labour Party, right, a chance of a third term. We will be heading in the similar fashion of Haiti. No two way about that. We have seen the signs of autocracy. Now, as it relates to, right, the KSAMC, you have the sleeping watchdog who are pointing out situation concerning with KSAMC. It is the lady who cried out and making a conviction. She made a conviction of criminality as it relates to the mayor. Said 8 years you have spent, you have eaten, the craft has been filled. Now, let me show our next document as it relates to the sleeping watchdog, KSAMC, and NEPA. We know that NEPA is in the Prime Minister's office, but in control of certain things. And so then the wife can do breaches, clear breach. But look on the audacity. Let me go back to what the major had said as it relates to giving some similarities and see how our country is, futuristically shaping out in the direction of Haiti. So let me point out certain things. I want people to imagine this, that the Prime Minister of our country is currently under the microscope of the Integrity Commission. As we know, we are not sure if the Prime Minister is one of the 6. But based on information from the mainstream media, previous investigation, based on the fact that his statutory declaration cannot be verified, it left up to us to infer, to suggest, to have an opinion, to perceive that it appears as if the Prime Minister could be very well one of the 6. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. My people, when we look that within a democracy, we are now confused between Jamaica being a democracy, right? Or it is being shaped as an autocratic country where the Prime Minister wife is the Speaker of the House during the Prime Minister under investigation and his wife is on not only be the Speaker of the House, but the wife is present on the Integrity Commission oversight. So now, people, let us break this down. Let us break this down. Let us try to understand what is happening. The Prime Minister's wife.
Conflict of interest.
Being clearly put into the Speaker of the House.
Yes.
And where the culture as it relates to investigation done by the IC, right? Where upon the completion of that investigation, it should be sent to Parliament, right? Parliament would have reviewed it and have it tabled. That is the culture. That is the culture. If Andrew Holness was transparent, why Andrew Holness would have inserted himself in terms of suppressing information, in terms of utilizing and raping the Constitution, raping, literally, physically, raping the Constitution by using its 48 members of Parliament.
He weaponized them.
Huh?
He weaponized them.
Weaponized them. And so then, let me say that we now have 2 recent reports sent to the Parliament. The Integrity Commission finished their investigation, sent the file to the corruption prosecutor.
Hey.
The corruption prosecutor decided
Hold on, pan it.
on the file and those reports and sent it on to Parliament. And Juliet Holness, you tell me if this is not breaching our democracy, our democratic rights, holding on to these reports. Someone said, Island Sister said, that's barefaced conflict of interest. I don't know who. It's
never seen anywhere else in this world. Never seen anywhere else.
Of the entire world, Tara. Right. And Major,
the last female in that kind of position,
yes,
was Imelda Marcos.
Yes. And her husband was the Prime Minister?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she took over.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to point out here, I said about conflicts of interest. That's not in our vocabulary. There's no conflict, there's just interest. So here's a end all be all.
Yes.
Public education is lacking. Rather than posting photographs of what you're about to eat and which carry your cock up on and thing, we need to educate youngsters as to what the history of this place is.
True.
Because a lot of them don't know squat. When I explained to them, there's a couple of people, that Coral Gardens massacre.
Oh, yes.
Occurred because somebody, we're still very much in the picture, family-wise, wanted land to build on that Rastafarians had occupied well into the what you'd call adverse possession time.
Okay.
And had crops on it. And then bulldoze everything. Rastafarians literally said, fire! And burn down a gas station. And Bustamante told people who lock up at Barnett Street can't hold. Pie River Cemetery will.
Wow.
Just like that.
You have people who have been convinced through the years that it was Norman Manley who did it.
Exactly.
Who wasn't even in power.
Exactly. It's crazy.
That is,
Some of the propaganda
that is how insidious some people are. Now, I keep telling people little pieces of things that, do you know that no Rasta man should ever pay to go to the stadium? When the games were coming that the stadium was being built for, Hugh Lawson Shearer called a strike of the BI2 workers to prevent it from being opened in time. And Mrs. Manley, Edna, told Norman, you have people, Rastafarians, those are the stoneworkers left to be done. It says you have Rastafarians in the hills of Warika who are excellent stonemasons.
Yes.
And as a result of their sojourn up there, for the first time at last, a Rastafarian worked on a construction site in Jamaica. They were responsible for the successful completion of the stadium. You know,
I did not know that.
Stadium. Little things like that.
Yes.
I worked at Cornwall Regional when I was the security consultant for the Western Regional Health Authority. I am not an architect. I am not an engineer. I'm just a poor little soldier. But they had an open air plan in terms of how the hospital was built. Breeze coming through and things.
Yes.
But the places that were enclosed were all centrally air conditioned. And none of the exterior walls and some of the interior were painted. And I tell you what mold loves. Mold loves a place where it can get wet and it just soak into it. So the entire hospital gradually became infected with mold.
Wow.
But with a central air conditioning system, this mold was transferred from the morgue downstairs, the pharmacy, all through the building. And people said, I'm going to renovate the place. And it's when them giving them figures on how much we can make off of this. Who can get a piece of this. Halfway through, a man suddenly realized, oops, I have a problem. I need some more money. And having made grand pronouncements, them can't just say, well, we spent a couple billion and it never makes sense we even start. So they have to tough it out to the end.
Wow.
Yeah. I heard a very unfortunate joke the other day. Some people listening may not consider it to be funny. Portia Simpson Miller went to China. Remember that trip that them said she should have used Zoom?
Yes, yes.
And came back with money for roads and hospitals.
Yes.
It is said that Andrew went to China and came back with COVID.
Seems like a true. Where's the good analogy. Here it is.
My thing is simply this. You can tell me that it's raining until I look up and realize that you're urinating on my head. You cannot say you stand for law and order, but gleefully adopted the name of a gangster that was propagated by someone out of Montego Bay, that group called the Six. You adopted this name. It's not like people gave you by popular acclaim. You adopted it.
Yes.
Knowing what it is in reference to.
Yeah. And wanting to influence people that you're the dog.
Yeah.
It's like it. I remember it's like Siaga from Beyond the Grave is probably making one of his famous pronouncements now. Remember that one? All of a sudden, everybody wants to be a Don. You can't run a country like that.
Yes.
And what has happened is that people figure that if I go along, I can get along. If I don't go along, I'll get victimized and we need to eat. But you know what I'd love to see happen? You remember when the Prime Minister took a basket into Parliament?
Oh yes. I had it on my channel. I have answered that scenario that he brought there.
I would like to see that same money with that same basket again.
Oh, we had it.
Yeah, we have it on this channel, so you can go through the clips and you see where we presented it.
What it about? 1 lakh to general must have 4 or 6 pampers.
Exactly, as a result of the inflation now, right? Yes. It only can purchase 1 lakh to general. Seriously.
And a few pampers.
As a result of the inflation.
Yes.
So.
But we are. But you remember that, and I'm not trying to play down anybody.
I demonstrated it on the channel. So if you go back through some of the clips, you will see where I displayed it.
Edward Philip George Siaga, financial genius extraordinaire, never ran a successful business. I dare anyone to contradict me. I can call them and you tell me where they succeeded. There was a car rental thing.
Fail.
Carinosa.
Fail. Remember that he borrowed some money and never remember to pay it back,
Yes. And didn't remember it was there.
Can you imagine?
Financial genius. Now, I've said all of that to remind you that your current Prime Minister used to carry his briefcase.
Okay.
There you go.
So we get it.
And Rockefeller, who came here to help us do well, left after referring to Mr. Siaga as the con man of the Caribbean.
Oh, yes.
If you want anything closer to that, when he was not getting along too well with the United States, when they, looking on us sideways now, wondering why they ever listen to this man and mess with Manley. He joined them in Grenada to shore up his thing.
Exactly.
His protege is attempting to join them in Haiti.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Right.
I'm not calling the man a monkey, but it's a music.
Lord of mercy.
You see, this country is filled with anecdotal situations. And so if it don't go so, it nearly goes so.
Yes.
Something in a something.
When the election results were coming in, I want to know if it was proper for the Speaker of the House to find himself at the counting center at the OJ.
Major, that is madness. And what was her intention?
And then come out and had to run back into the building because of how much supporters of the other side were standing in the street. And she was later escorted out. So now, in the midst of all of that, and 2 X-Lax tablets later, somebody called and said, Ennis in switch. Flew out of Parliament.
Yes, we saw that. We saw that.
What are you so afraid of?
Well, we soon know.
Quite possibly. I am hoping that the leader of the opposition does not prove to be a disappointment in terms of say one thing and do another. History would not be kind to him.
You know what I think, Major? Let me say this, and I'm glad that you brought up that. And I am just giving a conviction here. Mark Golden to me I found him to be an extremely credible person. One of the reasons what I look on is Mark Golden efforts in fixing the system are major. And so then you see that the system couldn't continue right on the path that the system was heading on, and he decided as it relates to the Integrity Commission, right, that he had drafted the bill for that and able to have it legislated in Parliament in 2017. But Mark Golden did not stop there, and I want people to understand as it relates to the effort of Mark Golden. He did not stop there. Mark Golden decided to go a little bit further by drafting what we call the impeachment bill.
Yes.
And so then what Mark Golden was saying that the time that people has to wait to get good governance as it relates to checks, right, and balance, where we don't have to wait on an election to decide the fate of a politician when that politician is not serving the people. It begs that we have, right, an impeachment bill. Who sits on it? The question, who sits on it? We have seen that no other than the so-called bro-god who take on the name, right, of bro-god sits on it. Now, Jamaican people ask themselves the question. Here is the opposition is saying to the Prime Minister, come, let us have a conversation.
Yes.
Right? Let us deal with checks and balance. So based on the policy that being implemented as it relates to what was there in terms of the Integrity Commission Act, right, in extension of the Code of Conduct, let us serve the people. And so then Mark Golden was committed in ensuring that all the person that he is leading sign the Code of Conduct. Clear example. Now, Mark Golden, right, had established that, had done that, but wanting to fight to have an impeachment bill. And you know what? Let me make people understand certain things as it relates to the general election coming. Because, Major, we need to educate them that one might be anticipating that, okay, all right, Mark Golden will be able to change a lot of things. Major, we need to tell them that it all depends on the win that the Jamaican people need to give Mark Golden.
Balance of power. Balance of power.
Exactly, because if Mark Golden carry a healthy majority, he can now push through certain bills fast. But what if the Jamaican people, because majority of what is happening here now, Major, is that the people are so ignorant of the political process.
Exactly. That is why they stopped teaching civics in school.
Exactly, Major. And we need to tell the people that if you give Mark Golden said a marginal win, what you have just done, people,
give him power a roadblock.
Oh, Major,
this
is why we need to educate them, Major.
Well, here is my thing now.
Yes.
How fast a plane goes depends on the shape of its wings and the fuel.
All right.
My thing is this. Again, I think a little bit out of the box.
Yes.
So all this constitutional reform thing, we need to just pull up the handbrake and stop pay 44.5 million a month.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I
Now,
agree.
what we need to do, and I see somebody say I've underestimated Marky G. Everybody forget that history repeated itself. Marky G is Norman Washington Manley. They said the same things about him when he came on board.
Exactly.
Now, here is what I want for my grandchildren. A country where representational politics is just that.
Yes.
Representational politics. So within reason, if you want to represent a constituency, you must live there.
I believe in that.
You want to know when the road's not working and the water not coming and the light is not there, you feeling it too.
I agree with that totally.
Now,
Totally agree.
Yeah.
you can start it in increments, you know. Start it with the councillors. You're representing that division, you better live in there.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you move up to the members of parliament. Next thing, no member of parliament should be a minister of government. None. You are there to represent your constituency.
Mm-hmm.
We now set up, say we have a police commission to hire a commissioner. We set up an HR board that hires the ministers. You want to be a minister of labor, you must have a degree in HR and experience, and you come. I don't even care whether you're green, pink, or blue. If you fit the bill, that's your job. That's your thing. If you mess up, I can fire you without political problems.
Exactly.
You're an employee. Same thing with the Ministry of Health, same thing with the Ministry of National Security, all across. We don't need a whole pile of ministries to give people who supported you jobs. Jobs for the boys can no longer work in this country. Not to any degree that makes sense.
Yes.
You want to be elected, you're going to get paid as a member of parliament, and you will represent who elected you.
I agree with you, Mr. Smith. And just to piggyback on what you said, when you spoke about being in the constituency that you're representing, I agree. Just the same with the ministers that you point out. If you are going to be a minister of education and you have never been a teacher, you have never functioned in that capacity, I think it's height of nonsense. Because when they do, they just go in and whatever they dream up, they come, and they have no correlation with the teachers themselves who are.
But I tell you better than that, they talk down to the teachers because they feel intimidated by people who know more than them.
That is it.
So true.
Yes.
How can somebody give advice to a teacher of geography and them don't know where the Isthmus of Panama is?
There you go. There you go.
You follow me?
Yes.
So the other thing is, we're a black country. And black children already have knowledge in them. Teachers must now pull it out of them.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get away from Dan is the man in the van.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be able to say to children, you're good at maths, you're good at English. Later on, you're going to form a company. You're going to be the accountant. You are going to be the person who write the plans and the proposals. Do what white people have been doing for years. Cartelize.
Mm-hmm.
Teach them to work together. Because when I have a son who just graduated from KC, and I had to bribe him to get him to study enough to pass CSEC. But now, him saying not going sixth form. Him saying not going university. Where you go to? Sit down somewhere and there? No. He wants to own something.
Mm-hmm.
Him no want to work for nobody.
Yep.
So he races cars and he likes he's great at being a chef. And I said, well, you can start your own restaurant, but you have to learn certain things first. So go to a university or something, learn the business, and go and run your business on the side. Make certain that when people come to you, you're not going to beg nobody borrowing nothing. My family have a situation that I have grown up amongst. Everybody working. Leave 5% of their monthly salary in a fund. So we try hard, don't go to no borrowing institution. When somebody wants something, them sit down at a family meeting and them lay out them case. And we lend them at 5% interest, payable when able. And we don't have to worry about nobody come seize nothing because it's our money. We need to teach the general population the true meaning of family. And they're willing to learn it. And that is why them call each other family.
Yes.
We need to make a youngster feel that there's a sense of achievement and pride in being a father.
Yes.
And it's so easy. You have a father? No, I've never meet him yet. Them say that. So be what you wanted your father to be to you, to your child. And don't bring that child into the world till you can do that.
But if I may chime in, all of what you're saying is logical, and that is what we need. But then again, we will have to fix some things, because you just mentioned something that is very important. Don't carry a child in the world until you can do all of these things. But then when you put the responsibility of not bearing a child on a 16-year-old, because that's the age of consent, we are let them go there. So we have whole heap of problems, you know. And until we're able to fix those.
Do you know what that is? That is our using our girl children as sexual objects rather than their true potential.
Yes.
Have we taught these young ladies that a black woman can cohabit with any race on earth and reproduce their children flawlessly? You know what that means? Black women are the cradle of humanity.
Yes.
Exactly.
And we can't run around the place, keep calling them gal and think it'll go so when we roll you tonight.
Black. Of course.
Women must stop figuring that the only way them can survive is to be men. It sounds strange, but that's how it is.
True.
Women need, all right, I look on a young lady the other day and she's there sneering at a guy with his pants just below his ass. And I said, don't sneer, you cause it. So I said, because when I'm called to you, you talk to them.
Yes.
You make them feel that you find them attractive.
That is true.
And people, what you call it, you know, they respond to what they can get. Our women need to become the mothers of this country once more.
So true.
And they must not allow any guy, because him drive a Benz, Beamer, or what I'm calling this thing, Mark X, to figure that he can invite her into places for his own pleasure until the next girl comes along. If he wants to do that, him have enough money, go buy it. There are places I'm told you can get it.
Peddlers.
But if you want somebody to be your partner in life, same thing you want to get her, do it for keep her. I have done a number of things in my life. And people say, oh, you did this. You know what I want to be remembered for? Somebody called him daddy and smiled when they did so.
Yes. Yes.
So I have 6 children, 3 boys, 3 girls. And they're like the mafia. Them tight, so.
Mm-hmm.
Them don't always agree. But you can't talk to one bad and don't expect the others come in. They even gang up on me.
Very good.
So I'm trying to teach them the joy of having somebody having your back.
Esprit de corps, the animated spirit of comradeship.
Exactly. And we have lost the meaning of that word, comrade.
Definitely.
Let me leave you with this. You know where KPH is, right?
Yes.
You know where Coronation Market is, right?
Yes.
As the crow flies, it's not far, is it?
No.
So how come we have raw sewage running in a place where we sell foods to people and the pathogens can go across the air into the hospital?
Yep.
So many things need to fix.
But we have people in prisons doing time at hard labor. Which labor them do? Drink Hennessy.
Yes.
You need to make them into chain gangs and send them out to clean the crap out of the street.
That's true.
Clean the gullies and all
And you want to use soldiers? Don't use soldiers for state emergencies. Use soldiers to guard the chain gangs.
Of course.
You're doing hard labor, do hard labor. You killed somebody, we're going to pay you for the hard labor, but the money you're earning going to the family of who you killed.
Victims, yes.
Exactly.
Always do that.
I agree with that.
We have the cockpit country. Let's do a deal with the Maroons. It's theirs. And ask them if we can build a maximum security prison smack dab in the middle of it. And we don't allow visits. And we don't allow television. And we don't allow radio. And you have to grow your own food.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is designed for people who should have gotten the death penalty, but the system don't allow it. So you're the living dead. And if you broke out, the cockpit country itself will kill you.
My God.
We have to in and out of this country, and with our coasts are porous. Vernon Field used to belong to the United States military in World War II. Get back to them and tell them must put our Black Hawk squadron down there. Nothing approach Jamaica's shores without them know about it. And based on where it is, you can use it as a place that air cargo that comes in stops through Vernon Field and is checked there. And you have the highway now. So you put the trucks and you put the stuff that has been cleared and send it going. And if you have a United States base there, that section of Clarendon going to be prosperous as hell.
Yep.
We look for complex solutions to simple problems.
Definitely.
You want me to fix your farm roads for you? You know who does very good at building roads? The bauxite company. If you've ever been in the mines, you know what I'm talking about. And they have the equipment to do it. So here's what you do. Tell them, the next 4 or 5 years, don't pay me no cess. Build all my farm roads for me.
That made complete sense to me.
Quid pro quo.
Yeah, that made complete sense.
Then call both Flow and Digital and say, we need a renegotiation in your contracts. We're going to be mounting high quality surveillance cameras on your towers. And they're going to watch all of this area that them said them doing prayer last night. Because your tower high enough. Your tower have transmission capabilities. And we can have the patrol linking through your tower and see who driving in and out with night visions for thief people stock. It not take much. You want to continue running thing? We need space on your towers. And then you can hook those up to computers in patrol cars that can watch the camera them while I'm driving.
Yes.
I did it in a little place called Anguilla. Their population can fill our stadium. But they had called me because one year they had 5 gun crimes and they said they had an epidemic. It's not hard. We make it hard.
Exactly.
Yes.
You know who not interested in you having no crime? Big security companies.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Where the money going to come from to sustain them?
Exactly.
And they think, and some people think that we are so idiotic. They put something in front of us that is amazingly stupid. Do you know what beryllium means?
Well,
Oh my God.
I'm not joking. Beryllium is a brittle metal.
so, well, I mean, well, God's man is saying that they are brittle.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm just telling you what beryllium means.
Well, I mean, they have shown it. They have shown it, right?
Yes.
They have shown it.
Yes. Have I caused enough trouble or?
No, well, I mean, look here, Major, you have a wealth of knowledge, you know, and we learn a lot from you tonight. It's more than a blessing to have you on the program, and so then, you know, so many people, right, is now hearing what you have to say, right? So you are the natural brain food, and that is one of the reasons why, of course, right, I have the opportunity in terms of, you know, inviting you onto the program, and we well appreciate of your presence and your wealth of knowledge, right, that you have imparted here on the program tonight, right? We wish, Major, that, you know, you could come back and visit us again, right, as it relates to other topics that we are going to mention.
You're a sucker for punishment.
Good punishment. This is good punishment.
But I leave you with this, Tara. Any government that's interested in the future will tell teachers that their payback for a house they may wish to purchase is way below market value.
Say that again. Say that again.
Tell teachers, qualified teachers, that any house they may wish to purchase, their first purchase, their payback must be way below market value.
Oh God.
Some of these politicians need to listen to you, Major, right? And, you know, you'd serve us well if you manage to advise, be an advisor to Mark Golden, right? Don't
Advice is one thing. If people listen,
yes,
it's a different thing. But all right, I show you another thing out of the box. You're a teacher. Once upon a time, teacher used to have a little slate and a whole pack of chalk. That was their equipment.
Yes.
Now, a teacher must be able to walk into any given electronics store, produce an ID, and purchase a top-of-the-line laptop for cost. It's equipment. You wouldn't send a soldier street without gun.
Yes, that's true.
And then when registering for internet services, the mere fact that you put teacher on the form mean that you might get it free.
Look here, as a teacher, you have to go in, and I can say this because I have been there as a teacher, as my profession. And even the whiteboard markers, many times you better park out that money out of your pocket and buy that. You understand me? As you step in that classroom and you have nothing to write on that board.
I know.
Hmm?
Like I said, my youngest just turned 18. So I'm not quite that far out of the system not to know what's going on. And I look at teachers' faces and I say to myself, with what is going on in this country, why do we feel that these people should be enthusiastic about passing on knowledge to our troublesome children?
Exactly.
And parents have a bad habit. This child spends more time with the teacher than they do with them.
Yes.
But
what they do is blame anything that don't go right with the child on the teacher.
Amen. But the government co-sign on that behavior.
Yes.
Because when students behave like that, I have seen students who have done things and they claim that they said they carry them to ministry, and they come back in the classroom and look in your face and laugh and say, "Hey, miss, you can't carry me go again because all them do is send me back in the class." You understand what I'm saying?
My hero is my father, Dudley Robert Finzi. I am second generation Kingston College. Daddy was first generation Kingston College. And my youngest son, Brandon, is third generation Kingston College.
Kingston College, yes.
When my father deposited me at Kingston College, he had set me up because he made certain that my godfather was Douglas Forrest, the headmaster at Kingston College. And I skipped a French class one evening to go do trials for champs and broke the school class 3 record in long jump, and heading home happy, and look up the road, 11B Deanery Avenue, parked in front of my gate is Doug's Austin Oxford.
All right.
And when I walk up the stairs of the front gate, him goes, "Sir." And my father also had that little thing that you know you're dead. Him goes,
"Yes, man. Trouble."
My father said, "Master, did you have a French class this evening?" And me I try to have a discussion with myself before I answer, lie, don't lie, don't. And I said, I don't remember that, but I met the champs team. I brought the school record. My father said, "Really? Back to the French class. Did you have a French class?" And yes, sir. And dogs get up and walk down the front step, go through the gate, go in them car and take out the cane and come back. And come up the steps and look for me, and I get a cane in from the front veranda. And when I'm done, him hand the cane to my father and say, "Would you care to Dudley?" And I said, "Well, of course." Whack, 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 whack. And I am like, whoa. And the unkindest cut of all came when Dogs was leaving, and he says, "By the way, you'll not be representing Kingston College at champs this year. Students who skip class don't do that. And the record you claim to have broken does not exist. You shouldn't have been there."
Yes.
Never miss another class.
Strong structure of discipline.
Never miss another class. My son suffered from my having been brought up by my father. Because as them call me from KSAMC reach,
Mhm.
And all them class start run. Because my child involving something that the teacher find discomforting, or you wasn't me daddy, but were you with the guy who did it? My friend. I said, hey, friend, okay.
By association.
Yes.
Guilty by association.
And my thing is, if you're man enough to do it, man enough to stand up for it. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Teachers, our most beneficial defenders in this country aren't the army. They're the teachers.
Yep.
Because some of what the teachers manage to cut up in the middle and drilling it. The only thing them have left to hold on upon.
That's true.
And teachers will tell you that years after them let that troublemaker out into the world, some of them shamefacedly come back and say,
Yes.
Miss, I come to tell you, I see what you're talking about.
No, I understand.
Yes.
Yeah. So true.
Our educational system has to prepare children for the world. Not as we want, oh, Dan is the man in the van. No. You are learning this because it is going to help you here. We need to reach a stage where we can make our children see monetary gain from what they learn.
Beyond the shores of where they are.
There you go.
That is it.
Yes. And teach them, see as how them like to get together for make mischief, teach them to get together for make money.
But if we, and for those who have the pen, because you have to come with a united front, because apart from the theoretical part and whatever, children absorb what they see and what is placed in front of them. If you are not united and we don't see that, you're going to come in front of them. I tell people all the time that they underestimate these children because you're saying one thing and the children are giving you the bombastic side eye because they know that you're full of it. You understand me? It's just that some of many of them
divide and conquer.
Of course, they see you and they learn from what you do more than what you say.
So true, Tara. So
yeah.
True.
Which is why when they get to the age where they're allowed to, they're not interested in voting.
No, unless you come, because many of them, even students who I miss no disrespect, but is who have the bigger money. Big and loud. They are not
Which
afraid
means
to
that
say
we have risen up and allowed our youngsters to become prostitutes. They will do anything for money.
That's what I said. That's why I said peddlers. We have from top to bottom.
You have children going through school selling sweetie.
Yeah.
And because
Banana
of the way
chips.
the nation is, it looks like almost cruel to tell them that they can't.
Because that's the real means that they have. Yes. And I just see many things as a missed opportunity. Because when you have some of these children, because really and truly, many people out there, if they know the stories of some of these children who come before you, oh my goodness. Yeah. But when they're handling the money, somebody should be there now to show them how you can really turn this into a legitimate business. You understand me? Or instead of you just locking them, no sweetie here, no this, that. Because there's so many missed opportunities that I see around. We are so quick to clamp down on people and to muzzle them and shut them up instead of looking and say, you know what? That child is passionate, and even though mommy don't have it, he is determined because he's determined to sell him sweet.
Do you know what we are mirroring? What we are mirroring is the society's attitude towards higgling.
Yes.
They don't want us to own anything.
No.
You know, my kids have been sent through university by somebody selling something on the sidewalk.
My mother used to sell at the market. And when I left teachers college, I did not owe a cent.
There you go. But what happens is that we figure that only certain people must own business. We are so
There's so
against
many
black,
things to
like we
fix.
have a blackout.
And then when some things don't work out, we practice the convenient outrage. You understand me? Because many of those people who are in position, they are just impressionists. And we, the people on the ground, we don't understand. Even Damian Crawford that came out and says he's not practicing any bathroom politics. He wants at least a degree per house. And even the one people did not back him, and people don't realize that they are not pushing for education. Because if you keep them at a level like that, because anyhow you give them opportunity for them to elevate, they think it is going to elevate, then accountability have to come to the fore. Integrity is going to come to the fore. There are going to be questions more than answers.
But
And that is what they don't want.
Now, I will share the best part of it. If you line up 1,000 people looking for a job these days, first one might say, pay me 7,200 an hour. Second one in line say, me do it for 7. Next one say, me do it for 6.5. And so it goes. You see, by the time you reach the end of the line, say, me do it for food.
Yeah, sugar money.
This is this house.
Sugar money. And it is sad because what it shows is that many people, they only have a myopic view of things. So it's just short term here. And they don't have the long-term plans. And that's why in the moment, sugar money is good. Not understanding like sugar money provide for today. You don't see tomorrow. And you don't have anything. So you got to go it over again.
Well, I'm going to tell you something now. Remember I said we're the largest remaining plantation on earth? They used to have a thing when slavery just stopped. Or them say it stopped. They used to own us. Nowadays, them rent us. But what happened is you'd go and you take your flour and you take your salt and you take your sugar and you sign for it and you make your eggs. And when time come for you collect your little much, them go through them book and them say, you owe me, you know. And that happens today.
Yes.
It's called hire purchase.
True.
Yes.
Pay nothing down. Just come take it.
And then they have your hook, line, and sinker.
You will pay 3 times what it's worth to say it's yours.
Yes.
And if you miss 2 payments before it becomes yours, then come for it.
All right. So is that double loss?
So you're hooked in.
Yeah. Hook, line, and sinker.
Because they have turned us into a society of purchasers. Whatever them give them, take it back. So here is my final little suggestion on a political level. Abolish income tax.
Yeah.
You know why? Jamaicans like to purchase. Give them money and they will spend it. But charge GCT. You want a 40-inch TV? Okay, you pay that. You want a 50-inch TV? You pay the luxury tax on it. You want a little Toyota? You pay that. You want a big Barclays or whatever? You pay the tax on that. But you will have the money to spend it. Therefore, money will flow through the system more fluidly.
Yes. And that is
but that is what they don't want.
No.
I think, but again, Major,
banks make money. Banks make money from debt.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But then they started putting money into steel and concrete. And it's your money them doing it.
You know, Major, I want to speak on, you know, what Tara spoke about as it relates to the children. Because what I observe as it relates to parenting, right? There is no strong structure as it relates to parenting, as it relates to Jamaican society. And one of the reasons why I'm saying that, Major, if you look on majority of the family as it relates to parenting defined in our society between an age bracket between 12 to 18. And so then majority of the parent substance coming from that bracket. Now, if you look on the bracket between age 12 to 18 in the Jamaican society, right, that responsible as it relates to giving birth, right, to our Jamaican society. That bracket, right, they are children. And so then
they're babies.
They're babies. So what sort of parental guidance or knowledge that this bracket would have to pass on to the children that they are getting? And so then you see that particularly in the ghetto area, Major, right? This is the reflection that is coming out. You understand? Where children be getting children. And so then we have a situation like that, right?
That's where you have 20-year-old grandmothers.
So they start at a deficit. They start at a deficit.
But do you know where the fault is?
Yes.
How can you be a doctor and have somebody bring a 12-year-old child to you pregnant and you don't do something about it?
Thank you.
The point I'm touching on.
Thank you.
But you sit on your front and say and sip your whiskey and say you're an upstanding citizen.
Yeah.
Right?
We need all hands on deck.
Okay, many of that bracket that I just highlighted. You want to check the father's age?
Yeah. And in fact, he's supposed to be down Coronation Market cleaning his sewage.
All right, let me say something right here. Yeah, if I'm permitted to say something. You see, this age of consent has always rubbed me the wrong way. Because when you get to the nitty-gritty of it, the only thing that they give you permission that you don't need consent of your parent or guardian to do is to say yes to the man. You can penetrate me, even if you are 78-year-old. You cannot vote. The very things that you need, contraceptive, that you need to even prevent you. You cannot walk in that pharmacy at the age of 16 to purchase that for yourself. If you want to open a bank account, you cannot go in the bank just like that at the age of 16 to open that account for yourself. You cannot vote, you cannot do anything. The only thing that grants you is to say yes to sex. You understand what I'm saying to you? Mm-hmm. And the day a former JTA president, for those who don't know JTA, Jamaica Teachers Association president, looked me in my eyes and said to me, if the child reaches 16, give me.
Whoa.
And that man was in charge of many teachers, all the teachers in the island, principals, and many 16-year-old and younger. He looked at me and he said, if she reads 16, give me. Exact words. I don't add anything. I don't take off. And my heart fell to the floor.
Let me jump in right here.
Strengthen the case for castration.
Yeah.
What's your major? Let me just jump in right here. You had spoken about that. But this is greater volume that as we speak, one of our current member of parliament, not calling the name, one of our current member of parliament was accused of molesting a 13-year-old, 13 years of age. And
Pay me and send me go somewhere.
So hold on. And he is now seeking people to vote for him to have a third term. And that is his mentality.
But
right?
you see, unfortunately, there's one law. There's one law for us, the small people. And there's another law apparently for the politicians. That's why you can have a politician beat the woman that is along with, big and brawling, and you see it on tape, you see it on your video, and you don't hear the person who is in charge of that man on that side come out and do a public condemnation about the act and even take him from frontline and say, no, we cannot have this. But you're going to come on the political platform and say, and the students at home, and the students this, that. Where's the example? When the children are looking at you, when you parade out there and say, look at me, I am an example, I am a this, I am a that, and you still have this man in the forefront. You still have this man as if it is nothing. And then you're going to come and talk.
It could be that birds of a feather flock together.
Exactly.
That too. But what message are we sending to the children who look on? I can say this proudly. When it comes to some things, I don't care about the big ass-clearing people, and beg your pardon, Mr. Mystic. You understand me? Because you have gone there, but it's the children. And we get up every day and we say the children are our future. But what are we doing? What are we doing, and how are we growing them? What are the examples? And even when the children do, what do? You give them a pass. You want to argue with the parents for disciplining their own children. You want to punish teachers who dare to take a stand. You understand me? And that's why when I sit, and I remember once they had a meeting after some of these people come together, and the meeting called at school, and they say, if the children are fighting, you must not move or you're going to get in trouble. My response was that when I finished teachers college, I got a paper, I did not get a black belt. Because that is nonsense. What you should be doing is appealing to the children and teach them conflict resolution. Those are some of the things, instead of coming and putting the charge on the teacher. After we are trained, we are a karate trainer.
Do you know what's interesting? I'm a Kingston College old boy, so proud it's not funny. But I have a close association with Dunoon Technical.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I got that because I am a past director of a Kiwanis club.
Okay.
I think there is also a Kiwani. And she called me one day and said, Bobby, we have a class. I beg you, let's come say something to them. Beg you. So we can do. And there began a long association. I was speaking to one such class the morning my father passed.
Mm-hmm.
And at his funeral, I looked up, and at the back of the church, St. Peter's and Paul, the benches were filled with the students. I have never had any one of those children I've spoken to through the years not graduate. All of them have graduated. Some of them have done so with honors. What I've discovered is that some of them never had a man talk to them like a father.
No.
And when them look on me like, what is it, Mr. Smith? And I say, yeah, this is what you do. And then I hand out my phone number and I say, if you feel that there's something going on and you're not too sure about it, call me.
Mm-hmm.
When I've told some of the teachers of some of the worst ones, when them start to act up, don't call them parents. Call me.
Yeah.
I have had mothers invariably come and hug me up at graduation and cry.
Mm-hmm.
Because she never dreamed the person would come to that. I sent a number of them to the army, you know.
Because you see, Mr. Smith, what they want is somebody to pour into them.
Exactly.
That is what children want. No matter what you see, they want somebody to pour into them. They want to know that I matter. I am loved. I am cared for. I am equally important. And many parents and many people who are the stakeholders, because many people bear the title. You have aunties, they say, yes, I mean, niece that go to that school, but what have you ever done? More than when she want the battery rider, you go buy, give her, and want the Jordans, but there's nothing else. We need all hands on deck.
Exactly.
All the stakeholders supposed to play their part, and we will be marveled at how the impact will change some of these children. But we see a lot of people pay lip service, and we come, and all the experts who tell you things on book. Let me tell you, when you step in front of those children, it is different. It is something that you will never ever be prepared for when you go to teachers' college. Some of the things that you encounter, you could have bright till your buck. Teachers' college will never prepare you for that. You are going to get hands-on training right there on the job. You understand me? Teachers are multifaceted, and that is what people don't understand. You take on your lawyer, your solicitor, your everything where you're not supposed to be, right in there.
Yes. You know, for me, Major, and Tara,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that here we are, right, on this platform and other platforms as well, right, who are now edifying, right, our people. And I think that social media, in this era, right, is going to create a paradigm shift in our political process, right? Because gone are the days when politicians could do certain things and get away with it, right? Social media is on the frontier of that, highlighting corruption, and we are now educating our people as it relates to what are the expectations from our politicians. Teach them how to go on the jump portal, right, and look how, you know, the politician performing, particularly when we're talking about local government, right, in the constituency, what sort of representation is expected. So I think we here on social media, here you have Major, we have Tara, teacher by profession, and we are giving this information. And so then I think that you know, it is a good look in terms of, you know, what we are doing, right? Because social media, as one said, as Candemark said, right, we are the watchdogs and pushing, right, to bring about change in our society. So it's a good look, right?
We need to be brave enough to tell those who walk on the same ground as us,
yes,
and what they consider to be the same level, when they're
Yes.
wrong. There are some people who believe that once I have achieved a certain status, I'm never going to be wrong ever again in life.
Oh, yes.
So
And if I am wrong, oh dear, you point it out. Leave me
there
be.
you go. So I told somebody, I was at a senior management meeting, my past place of employment, and a professor asked me a question about the security, but it was an asinine question. And I answered him, and it made him look cute. And rather than leave the subject and carry on, he said, "You think I'm a fool?"
Oh Lord, ego.
I didn't answer him. Table full of people, you know, and he said, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Still no answer. And then I was a captain at the time, and he says, "Captain Finzi Smith, speaking to you. Do you think I'm a fool?" I said, "Of course not, sir." For me to utilize the word think would have indicated a measure of doubt on my part. And the meeting mash up. Because the president at the time looked at me and said, "Bobby," I said, he kept asking repeatedly.
He begged for it.
Now, there are people in authority who think that they're bullbuck and duppy conqueror. And we need to teach our children that when somebody said they're a minister, the true meaning is that they're a servant. They work for you.
Exactly.
Yes.
So this bullbuck and who in charge and overseer with the whip in them hand, no. They are performing a function, and they either do so properly, or you find somebody else to do it, which is comes back to my point of ministers can't be as a matter of who got elected. They must be hired, and where necessary, fired.
Fired. I do believe in that. Right. So I think we are coming up on our time. We're going to have to get into our next program where Jeopardy is concerned. And I want to say, as it relates to Tara, let us begin with you, Tara. Any final words as we are wrapping up right now?
All right, but I think first of all, I must give you credit for this wonderful program that you have.
Thank you,
You
Tara.
come week after week and you deliver. And one thing I can say to people, you don't just come, but you can verify your source or your sources.
Yeah.
And this is one thing that I want people to pay attention to, because we're just out here in social media land being careless with our mouths. And we need to do better. Now, if you are listening, there are things that are placed in front of you. It's time for us to let go partisan politics and look at the policies. Think about tomorrow. Think about your future. Think about your grandchild and your great grandchild. What does the future look like for you? When you think about it, then maybe you can really lean to the part where you are supposed to. And as Mr. Smith said a while ago, that minister mean that they serve you. It's time for us to recognize that we really have the power, because you put them there to work for you and not the other way around. We stop lauding and applauding these people who have done nothing but direct us in the path of nothingness. And what we are going to do, stand on what is right, stand up, and understand that you have a right also to exercise your franchise. But do it, and do it with a sense of pride. And if you do it, stand with all of your chest. You understand me? And understand that you have made the right decision. Don't hide behind the wall and push and throw a stone, and then you come out and weep. You understand me? There's no green blood, there's no orange blood. You understand me? But when things are in front of you, look and you see. Mark Golding and the rest of the people who have done what they have done, shut the JLP. I am happy we are at this place, but there's more to be done. And I am happy you have people like you who is championing the cause. For those of you who are in the chat, don't just come week after week and write something, but in your own little space, in your own little place, do your part. If each one can reach one, then we are well on our way.
All right. Thank you for that outgoing message, Tara. Once again, I want to say a big thanks to you to come on the program. And I want to tell our listeners or persons in the chat to support Tara channel. Please go over to Tara J Blogs and Dialogue, right? And lend her your support. Yes.
Hold on. One thing, if I can ask your permission before we move on. For those of you who have not yet gotten a copy of my novel, it is available on Amazon. It's called Trapped in Freedom, and it's by, of course, yours truly, Tara Smith Jarrett. And for those of you who have children, there is another children's book that will be published next month. So just look out for it for me. But grab yourself a copy. Trapped in Freedom.
Trapped in Freedom?
Yes,
So
Trapped in Freedom.
Where do I get it?
It's available on Amazon.
I can't get it in the bookstore here?
It's not yet. I'm trying to get it in the bookstore in Jamaica, and it's proving a little bit difficult, but I am working on it.
I'll look for it. I'll get it.
All right.
Yes, Major, I want to say a big thanks for your wealth of knowledge that you have imparted with us tonight, and we are so happy to have you on the program. And of course, I want to say I am looking forward to have you coming back on Mystic Sensation and talk with us depending on the subject matter. So the final message for us, Major, as we wrapping up the program, what say you? Go ahead, sir.
I believe the children are our future. Treat them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the good they possess inside. Teach them way to make it easier.
Wow. All right. So social media, there you have it. Right? The blessings from Major Robert Finzi, the blessing from Tara J Blogs. It was a wonderful program tonight, and we are saying a big thanks to our guests. Major, thank you for passing through.
You're most welcome. I hear my grandson balling out, and usually means they're not giving him something he wants. How much going to spoil him?
Exactly. All right. Thank you, Major. Have a wonderful weekend. Right?
Thank you.
So much.
Blessings and love, beautiful people.
Tara, same to you.
Thank
A
you.
wonderful
Have a
weekend.
wonderful weekend, Sarah.
Awesome night tonight. Awesome night tonight.
Yes, it was.
Okay, she wants to repeat the name of the book. Tara, can you put up
It's
the book?
called Trapped in Freedom, and it's available on Amazon by Tara Smith Jarrett. And here's my lovely little face. You cannot miss it.
Beautiful.
All right.
Beautiful,
So
Tara.
just look for it.
So people,
It's a wonderful read because
yes.
we got our copy early.
Yes. So we had purchased our copy, right, people? So please, endorse Tara, right, and get into that novel, right? And of course, enjoy the blessings thereof, right? Sister Tara, big love for Mystic Sensation.
Well, you know how it goes. Right back to you guys. Love
Here
and
you go.
blessings. Beautiful people in the chat.
Thank you. All right.
Continue supporting Mystic. Later, blessings and love.
Blessings.
Be
And
safe.
so then, all right, we are going to move into Jeopardy. And we need to call back Urel. So Urel, let me just call you and put you up because, I am not going to leave you standing for too long.
Uriel, sorry about
Yes, Urel, me not left for my brother. I know my brother have to talk. Go ahead.
I was just here, and was listening to Finzi.
Yes. What a wealth of knowledge. Exactly.
Yeah, but I just want to touch on something that he left out when he talked about the Bro-G.
Yes.
The Bro-G adoption. Also, I think he left out the aspect of the shower.
Oh, jeez, yo,
Lord. When a political party and call themselves leaders can adopt their slogan or their title for their party is shower. That is something for people to question. I don't think a lot of people know what it's all about.
Urel, I want you to go ahead and see if you can define what the shower mean. Right? No, go ahead, Urel, and define what the shower mean, because that is where an even documentary in the United States as it relates to the shower. So go ahead and tell them what the shower mean.
No, but I mean, the shower party mean, those were the guys who were running they were affiliated to the Jamaica Labour Party, really.
Yes.
And their modus operandi is if you don't comply with our laws and principles, we shower both dog, push and fly.
Shower them with bullets.
After we kill the mother and the father, we kill the push and the dog and the fly them within the house.
Exactly. Exactly, my brother.
But the whole discussion was very, very informative. I hope a lot of people are listening.
Thank you.
And because some of those things that Uncle Finzi pointed out, is some of the things that I am prescribed to and wanted to see implemented in my country,
Yes.
Well, I mean, all of them.
Yes.
Especially the one with the prison thing. The prison, I think we're supposed to feed prisoner with taxpayer money. They're supposed to work
Of course. And I like the major had spoken about that. You understand? Convert them into terms of positive units. You understand? Let them go plant up the fields.
Yeah, because if people understand that your action also carry with it a reaction.
Exactly.
You understand?
Exactly.
People will start to think twice before they do stupidness.
Exactly.
So big up to Uncle Finzi.
Yes, man.
I watch him all the time. And I know when he get going, he's right on target.
At the end of the day, we love his message, right? Hitting the nail on the head, on point. You understand? Powerful message, and we are here to learn as well.
Well.
So we are thankful for the major to pass through.
Yeah, and you know, I think Uncle Finzi mentioned it. Civics is one of the avenue in school that one of the subjects that they take out of school.
Yes.
That keep the majority of Jamaicans backward. I mean, those of us who go through it and learn civics in school and understand where the history of this country is coming from and so forth, we are the elders who hold on to those core values still. But those who don't know will always make the mistakes.
Yes.
You know,
Exactly.
that these guys are up against. We're up against with these guys.
All right.
Because I don't think a lot of us do that. The core value of, and I say that without any water in my mouth, the core value of the Jamaican Labour Party is not to uplift the masses of the people.
It is plain.
It's
It
to
is
keep
plain in their actions. They're not hiding it.
Keep the few richer.
They are
and
capitalists.
the
They're not
masses
hiding
of
it.
the poor.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not hiding it.
Yeah, so.
They are so emboldened. They are not hiding it. All right, brother, you're right.
Yeah.
All right. Pick up yourself and have a wonderful weekend. All right, Jeopardy. All right, blessings. All right. All right, Jeopardy people. I know you're waiting. I hand over to wifey for Jeopardy. So please stand by.
Okay, guys, so thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate everyone who joined in. Thank you so much again. And as I always say, you could have been doing something else on a Friday night and you chose to be with us, so we do not take that for granted. Okay, let me just highlight what Valerie said here, which is history. All right, so but it's saying it's a wonderful program. Thank you so much for the support and the endorsement. And a lot of research always goes into what we present on a Friday. So thank you so much for turning up and supporting us and also taking part in the conversation. Really appreciate each and every one. All right, so it's late for you guys. It's after 11. It's 9:13 for us. So we're just gonna go straight into Jeopardy. Tonight, let me just bring up the screen. So as usual, we're playing for credits. The person with the most points at the end of the game wins $1,000 Jamaican credit, Digicel or Flow, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 each, Digicel or Flow. All right, so let me. Why is it looking like that? One sec, guys. There we go. Let me just take the logo away from there so you can see the screen fully. All right. Thank you so much, Alex, for still being here. Really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who's still here. Really appreciate each and every one. All right, so tonight's categories are car brands, parishes and capitals, closed logo, brain teasers, use of there, or there. So you have to use it correctly in the sentence that's going to be presented. So as usual, throughout a category, the first one that I see is the one that we're going to start with. Second draw orange book is the one that we're going to start with. The person who answers the question correctly will choose the next category and so forth and so on until the board is empty. The question is in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a person, it is who is, and then the answer. If it's the place or thing, it is what is, and then the answer.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so throughout the category, the first one I see is what we're going to start with. Okay, no players tonight. Oh, Janet is saying can't see clear. Let me check the Wi-Fi. Oh, the Wi-Fi is strong. It's on the correct. It's on the booster and it's
Might
correct.
be it's just
And
Wi-Fi.
it's looking clear on our end. No, it's slow.
So now?
It's back up.
Okay.
Are you guys seeing, is everybody seeing it blurred? All right, Abina's saying cars for 100. So we're gonna do the car brand for 100. So which car company uses this logo? Which car company uses that logo? Which car company uses that logo? Remember, guys, you have to get this it correctly tonight in terms of the spelling, because I know sometimes you're typing fast and you might make a mistake, but you have to try and get it correct. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Mitsubishi, so 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Let me just refresh. And remember, guys, you have to refresh the chat to see the order in which the answers correctly came, because you are going to see yourself being first when you put in the response. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life.
Truck Life.
Then, oh, Don Mel is saying that it is blurry on its end as well. So I think maybe it was like when we finish, I'm gonna have to reboot. The internet upstairs and let the boosters reboot. Janet also came in with Mitsubishi, but the spelling was off. Abina, typing with speed. Dwight, Monica. Okay, that's how the answers came in. Sonia says it's okay on her end. Okay, thank you. And then Truck Life is saying cars for 200. So it's continuing with cars. Which company uses this logo? Let me just bring it out a bit more. Which company uses that logo? Which car company? Put this right here. With your papers. I should copy your list.
Oh.
Which car company uses that logo? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays. What is Infinity? And that is for 200 points. So Infinity is the company that uses that logo on their vehicles. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life for 200. Then Abina, Monica, Natty, Sonia, and Monica. Okay, she just corrected the spelling there. Okay. So that's how the answers came in, and Truck Life is continuing with car brands and for 300, and this is a double point answer. So whoever answers this correctly gets 600 points. Which car company uses this logo? Which car company uses that logo? Or which car company uses that logo? Need 600 points for the correct answer on that one. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Cadillac. So that is for 600 points. So Cadillac uses this logo on their vehicle. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life.
What?
Abina.
For much?
600, it's double. Ricardo was there earlier, so I guess him just hurrying up before Ricardo turn up back. Ricardo fall asleep. Okay, and Andrew is in again. No, Andrew was there earlier as well. Then Janet, I guess she was hurrying the spelling. Monica also, the spelling is hurrying. Your class says cars for 400. All right, which car company used this logo? Which car company used that logo? So them know them vehicle, man. David, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Ricardo was there earlier, must have fallen asleep. If you want to give him a buzz, if you feel inclined.
David is not good. It's not good to give Ricardo a buzz.
If you, as I said, if you feel inclined. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Audi. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. As usual, David just jumping and just bring up on the board.
Yeah.
David for 400. It just clipped.
David for 400.
Short live. And then short live.
And so
Andrew, you need to get your typing up to scratch tonight and make sure you're typing the correct thing. Then Abina, Donmel, Sonia, Janet, Monica. All right, and that's how the answers came in.
All right, so we have David for 400 points and Truck Life 900 points.
David said, make Ricardo stay away him there.
Me know say David is not going to call it.
So I think he's completing the cards for 500. Which car company used that logo? Everybody run out. Which car company uses that logo? Which car company uses that logo? Yes, David, because some people are spending time to type it out properly while people are just rushing. So
and it's
you need
just
to make
fair
sure,
to,
make sure that you get it correct. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Janet said, make sure you have your Draco have 600 points in it.
Yes, I calculated it, Janet.
All right, what is Tesla? And that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Let me just refresh. David. Then Truck Life.
Much points?
500. Sonia. Donmel, but a little error there with spelling typo. Also Monica, typo. Abina. All right, and that's how the answers came in. Also, Natty came in with Tesla.
So the score as it is, David on 900 points, Truck Life on 900 points.
Abina said I was close, now me dead. Truck Life said, share my head, Delco well charged up tonight. May I tell you, make sure you fill up him Delco plant with gas.
Delco not playing.
Right. So it's saying closed logo for 100. It's testing the waters. All right. Which clothing line used that logo? Which clothing line used that logo? No, he's on 900. Janet, he had answered. He had answered 2 previous questions correctly. So you had 300, and then the 600 added make it 900. Remember, you have to get the spelling correct. Right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So, oops. Let me reveal the answer. What is Versace? Right, so that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is, based on spelling, it's Andrew.
All right.
And that is for 100 points. Then David, then David, Janet, Natty. Yeah, and that's how the answers came in. Oh my goodness, maybe Andrew. Choose the next category and for how many points? For 200. All right, which company uses that logo? And yes, they have a clothing line. I made sure I check it out myself. Which company uses that logo? Okay, let me give you guys a clue. Think about the watch. But they also make clothes. Think about the watch. Yeah, I'm looking. I saw it. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Rolex. So Rolex watch, and yes, they do make clothing, and that is for 200 points. So first on the board with the correct response is Andrew, 200 points, then Abina, David, Janet. Yeah, I know you put it there before, but because you were the only one who answered, Andrew, I thought I would, in terms of getting it correct, I thought I would have given a clue. May I tell you, yes, you're on a roll. All right, choose the next category. And for how many points? Okay, it's continuing with logos. Okay, which clothing company uses this logo? Oops. Oh my god, it totally fit. Doesn't make a difference, but you can see it. Let me just. Which clothing company uses this logo? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Polo. So Polo uses that logo. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So Truck Life for 300, then Abina, Janet, Andrew, Don Mel, Natty, Monica. That's how the answers came.
And
in.
so
That's
the
300
score as it
points.
is, Andrew on 300 points, David 900 points, Truck Life 1,200 points.
Okay, so Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? Let me just see where we're at. All right. So Truck Life is saying close for 400. Right. Which company uses that logo? Everybody run out. Which company uses that logo? All right, I see the answer that I am Hoshabina. Right. What is Chanel? So Chanel is the company that uses that logo. Let's see who came in with the correct response. And that is for 400 points. David. Then Truck Life. Janet. Oh, Monica put Coco in front of it. Monica. Oh, Uriel, you're lagging. Your internet is lagging. You're gonna need to refresh. You're way behind. Oh, Shabina. All right. You give 400 to David. All right, so it's saying close for 500. He's completing the clothing line. All right, which company uses this logo? Let me just enhance it a little more. Oops. Which company uses that logo? Remember, you have to get it correct with the spelling. Not send anything. I'm going to clean up my thing. Will not send anything to me. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me just reveal, and it is what is log cost day. All right, and that is for 500 points log cost day. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life, 500 points. Then, oh, David typo, they corrected it. Janet, yeah, moves too fast.
All right, and
okay, Janet connected it.
And the score as it is, Andrew on 300 points, David 1,300 points, and Truck Life 1,700 points.
All right, choose the next category and for how many points? Yeah. So it's saying parish for 100. All right, so I give you the parish and you give me the capital. So parishes and capital. So I give you the parish and you give me the capital. Let's see if you can get your Jamaican card back tonight, Truck Life. Let's see if we can bring you in from the desert fully. I gave you a little, let you hold on a little bit to the side last week or the week before. So let's see if we can pull you back in. Jesus, Truck Life, don't make me have to take on the card, the little piece where you hold on from the little side, don't make you hold on from, don't make me have to take your hand back off it. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. It is what is Falmouth. So Falmouth. And that is for 100 points. Okay, let's see who first came in with the correct response.
Who got that money? Who got that?
You wrote down the 500 points already. That's the last thing you wrote, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
So it's not revealed yet.
Okay.
All right. So you're David now. Let me go call Ricky because this need crowd. Let's spread out himself first.
Time makes you say take about 1,300 at the bite, you know.
So first on the board with the correct response is David for 100 points. Then Sonia, Danmel, Abina, you give David him 100 points.
No, give
Then
it no one.
Abina,
You don't want him.
Monica left off the H there. Truck life, me not even bother with you right now, you know. And okay, corrected it. Okay. So choose the next category and for many points. I'm trying to just popped up nearby. All right, so it's saying parish for 300. Andrew, all right, it's saying parish for 300. Westmoreland. What is the capital of Westmoreland?
I want to see which one of them goes to Singapore.
What is the capital of Westmoreland? Last week, I did make Truck Life just hold on back on in Jamaican car just on the side a little bit early the week before. I think of the week before.
Yeah, I think.
But it look like me have to go track it back out my hand this week.
I said, Truck Life, I missed the air.
I'm going to drag it back out my hand this week. Westmore. How would that Ricky run come in with? Ricardo. Ricardo, what did you run come in with? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Which is what is Savannah Lamar? Savannah Lamar. Savannah Lamar. For 300 points. All right, let's see who picked up those 300 points for Savannah Lamar. I mean, leave that alone. Welcome, Arlene. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for
Big up yourself, Arlene.
for joining in. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, Sonia. So first on the board with the correct response is Sonia. That is for 300 points. Then Ricardo. Janet didn't quite finish up there properly.
Sonia on the
and
board.
David, Don Mel, Abina didn't quite finish up that properly either. Need to write what is and then the answer. Janet corrected that. Okay, Monica also came in. Let me see what in do. For the rest of them, we can't take him card yet. But Truck Life, may pull up back the little side or make him hold on, pan. Ricardo says, with me awake, then go wake me up. So I mean, no, some must fall asleep because I saw you earlier. Right, Sonia saying parish for 200. Saint Elizabeth. What is the capital of Saint Elizabeth? What is the capital of Saint Elizabeth? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, no delay, and it's Black River. So what is Black River? So let's see who picked up those points. Let me just refresh. Ricardo for 200 points, Black River. Sure, glad. Sure, glad you had one I was still in the desert. Until you can get your capitals and your
So the score as it is,
Sorry.
Ricardo on 200 points, Sanya 300 points, Andrew 300 points, David 1,400 points, Chuck Life 1,700 points.
All right, so also David, what he left off there are Dunmel, Sonia, Truck Life, Janet, Hyacinth, Monica. All right, and Speedies. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. And all right, so choose the next category and for how many points. Okay, it's doing parish for 400, so it's continuing on with parishes. Hanover. Everybody run out. Hanover. What is the capital of Hanover? My guys, you have to get it correct when you type it in the chat, so the correct spelling have to be there. Because in all fairness, other persons are trying to get it correct. So you have to get it correct once you put it out. So, and the capital is Lucy, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Live for 400 points. Then Abina didn't quite finish that. Andrew had a 3 on the end, and Ricardo corrected the spelling. All right. Hyacinth, no. Donmel, no. Monica, Sonia, Abina, but need to put what is. David, editing, Janet. Well, yes, you have. Everybody have to speak the same language now over here. No alien language right now. All right, so Truck Life is in parish for 300. Parish for 500, sorry, pardon me. Portland, capital of Portland. Regardless of when this start keep. We changed it to last week because a lot of persons are trying to type it correctly while others are just rushing and put something out because, you know, it's just, I'm just going to take it because it, you know what you'd want, but you have to make sure it's correct. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Port Antonio, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. John, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday.
Big up yourself, John.
All right, so first on the board is Ricardo, 500 points, Port Antonio, then Andrew, I don't know, we got a backwards slash there. Truck Life, Sonia, Hyacinth, okay, got a typo there. David, John Furtado, editing, KURL is still way behind. Ricardo, so me have to go start that date till it then, yes. But as long as he has, it doesn't matter if it's in caps lock or not, as long as he has the correct thing there. All right, so choose the next category. Ricardo Sandra Congo. Thank you so much, John. All right, so choose the next category. So we have 2 categories left. We're going through them very quickly. Choose the next one and
Seriously, landslide with you know,
so they keep on the request me out and I lose more and more division. Oh my God. All right, so for 100, okay, there are there. All right, so you're gonna put in the correct one. That is to go where the dash is. Are hungry, please feed the dogs. Dash are hungry, please feed the dogs. Which one should you put? There, they are there. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Remember, it's what is highlighted up here that you have to choose from to put in the space. All right, and it is what is there. They're hungry. Please feed the dog. It's short for they are. So they're hungry. Oops, sorry, this should not be there. Why is this there? Please feed the dogs. I have to correct that. Pardon me, there was a typo there. Some people are just putting D because the R is there already. So let's see what I have there. Let's see the answers. Okay, the first one came in with okay. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is truck life. There.
And much points?
100. Ricardo there, put out the apostrophe. Abina, you would have been correct because I have R there. That was a mistake on my part. I shouldn't have had that R there. Then Andrew. Ricardo, Janet, if that R, with that R done. Okay, and that's how the answers came in. So Chuck Life is saying teasers for 100.
So the score as it is.
That
Tanya
should not have been
and
there.
Andrew on 300 points.
It's a mistake, but they did come in first before they, so we'll go with that. I'll just go in and correct it.
Sonia and Andrew on 300 points. Ricardo 700 points. David 1400 points. Chuck Live 2200 points.
All right, so then brain teasers for 100. What goes through a door but never goes in and never comes out? What goes through a door but never goes in and never comes out? What goes through a door but never goes in and never comes out? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is a keyhole? So the keyhole, it goes through the door, through a door, but never goes in and never goes out. So it's sitting right in the door there. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Andrew, keyhole. Then Janet, and that is for 100 points.
100 points?
Yes, then Janet. Then David. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Ricardo said him first. Hold on. Refresh again. Hold on, let me go back up. Oh yes, Ricardo had keyhole. Sorry, it's Ricardo's point. Sorry, Andrew. So choose the next category and for how many points, Ricardo?
So the score as it is,
That shows
Sonia and Andrew on 300 points, Ricardo 800 points, David 1400 points, and Short Life 2200 points.
Me let go your point, Ricardo. Me let it go. Please stop shouting at me in tone of words. All right. So choose the next category. Ricardo says he'll quit my and give away my point.
Remember me told you.
I didn't say teasers for 300. Bless up, Teacher P.
Teacher P, bless up.
What walks when you tie it up but stops when you untie it? What walks when you tie it up but stops when you untie it? So what walks when you tie it up but stops when you untie it? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is shoes? The shoes walk. So what walks? The lace doesn't walk. I understand persons who are putting in shoelace, but it says what walks when you tie it up, but stops when you untie it. All right, so that's shoes, and that is for 200 points. I look carefully because you know overshoot nobody again. Truck Life. Then Sonia, Janet.
Much points for Short Life? Much points?
200. All right, so Truth is saying teasers for 300. And this is a double point answer. What can travel around the world while staying in one corner? What can travel around the world while staying in one corner? So that is for 600 points. I like Dunmel and who else said it there? Dunmel and Freedom Response. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a stamp. And that is for 300, that is for 600 points. Sorry, it's for double point answer. All right. So thinking about it, that really goes around the world fast, Freedom and Don. By the time you come out of your mouth, it's spread already. All right, so first on the board, the correct response is David. Then
much points for David?
600. Then Truck Life, Sonia, Andrew, Natty, Don, Abina, Janet. John Furtado also got, editing also got, but didn't put what is. All right, Speedies, thank you so much for still being here. You're lagging, Speedies. You need to refresh your internet. All right, David is saying teasers for 400. Jimmy's mother had 4 children. She named the first Monday, the second Tuesday, and the third Wednesday. What is the name of the 4th child? So Jimmy's mother had 4 children. She named the first Monday, the second Tuesday, and the third Wednesday. What is the name of the 4th child? Remember, writing the name of a person, you put who is. Welcome, Aromatic. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Blessed in Zara.
All right, let's see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Jimmy. So Jimmy's mother, right? So that's the 4th name, Jimmy's mother. And then the other 3 kids are Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So that is for 400 points. So let's see who came in, who got those 400 points. Oh, thank you so much, Teacher P. Really appreciate that. And thank you guys so much for bringing us to 7K. We're on the road to 10K right now. So share so that the message can reach a lot of persons, because we are on a mission. And the mission is for good governance and a better country for all and for a future generation. All right, so let's see. All right, there we go. Truck Life, who is Jimmy? So that is for 400 points.
For Truck Life?
Yeah. Let me take it up. Let me not get sick in my face.
Okay.
Sorry, one sec before you read that out. So Jimmy, who is Jimmy? Then Freedom, David, Sonia, Janet. Okay, thank you. All right, so that's how the answers came in.
So Sonia on 300 points, Andrew 300 points, Ricardo 800 points, David 2,000 points, and Truck Life 2,800 points.
And Truck Life is saying teaser for 500. Okay, so what has cities but no houses, forest but no trees, and water but no fish? So what has cities but no houses, forest but no trees, and water but no fish? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a map. So a map of all of those things except specific things like the cities, no houses, forest but no trees and stuff like that. So that's for 500 points. So let's see who came in with who picked up those 500 points. Okay, so it's further down. Okay, there we go. Truck Life, 500. Then David.
500 points to Truck Life?
Yes. Then David, Janet, Abina, Natty, and Spades also came in with what is a map. So choose the next. Oh, it's one category that's left. So choose how many points. We're almost done. Board is almost empty. I must jump on it like him and Jim Screeching jump on it fast. The Jim Screeching is slow. Yeah, and the Jim Screeching is supposed to be slow. Truck Life and 200. Give them dash food so they can eat. Give them dash food so they can eat. So which there is correct to go there? Which is the correct there for there? Lord Jesus. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is there, THEIR, and that is for 200 points. So give them their, this there is showing ownership, food so they can eat, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Remember, you have to have it correct, and it's right in front of you, so you have to put it back correctly. All right, so Truck Life, 200 points. Then Abina, Truck Life, 200 points. Then Abina, Freedom, Janet, David, okay, corrected that. Editing, Monica, Spades. Okay, hold on, let me go back up, Abina. Let me just refresh. Somebody's crying foul there. No, Abina, refresh the chat and you'll see that Truck Life came in ahead of you. Yeah, Truck Life came in ahead of you with the correct. It was the first one with the correct spelling. Then you're right after him. You have to refresh your chat. Everybody's gonna see themselves being first unless you refresh the chat. Then editing, Monica, Spades. Give it to mighty God. Why you and Ricardo putting out candle tonight? I'm gonna try that DNT. Yes, you spelled it correctly, but Truck Life came ahead of you. All right, so how many points Truck Life? 300. I can't wait to go to the Silverwood. It is so much fun to go. Which there must go on that dash. I can't wait to go to Silverwood. It is much fun to go dash, which is the correct one. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is THERE, which is showing place in time. So that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. You never turn up the stove underneath it. Okay, you love put hell under everything, you know. Don't look on it, please don't burn it up.
No. Any points to be added here?
Truck Life 300.
300 points.
Yes, there. And then David, Andrew, Tanya, Freedom, Janet, Editing, Natty, Monica, Danmel, Abina. David. All right. Choosing how many points? Two points left there. Okay, going with 400. All right, and this is double your score. So it's a two that you're gonna put there. Oh look, dash. So happy you are home. They are even wagging dash tails. So which two of those go there? So which two of those there goes there? Lord Jesus, goes on the dashes. Put it that way. I'm getting tongue twisted.
Any points to be added or
no? Not yet. I haven't revealed the answer yet. Now you don't have to put what is twice to put the double barrel answer. You just put what is and then put the answer and then a comma and then the answer just side by side. So there's a space between them. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is 400 points that's going to be added to the score, and then the overall score is going to be doubled. So let's see who picked up those points, and it is what is there and there. So, okay, they are so happy you are home. They are even wagging their tails, which is ownership, their tails. All right, so that's the answer that I am looking for. So let's see who first came in with the correct double barrel response. All right. Let me put one. Welcome, Sunshine. Happy Friday.
Bless up yourself, Sunshine.
Sonia. So Sonia came in with 400 points and then double her score overall.
Okay.
And Truck Life and David.
All right. So
Mel and Freedom didn't put what is, then Truck Life corrected that. Oh, you didn't need to put it what is twice.
And so the score as it is.
Natty, sorry. David Abina. All right, so that's how the answer came in. All right, true.
And so the score as it is. Andrew on 300 points. Ricardo, 800 points. Sanya, 1,400 points. David, 2,000 points. And Truck Life, 3,800 points.
All right, so the final one is for 500 points. And this is my least favorite restaurant. I don't like dash food. So which one goes on the dash? This is my least favorite restaurant. I don't like dash food. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, known delays, and it is there showing ownership. The restaurant serve the food, they own that food that they're serving until you pay for it. So this is my least favorite restaurant, and it's THEIR, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points.
All right.
Let's see. Let me just refresh again. Truck Life, 500 points. Then David, Abina, Freedom didn't put what is. Then Donmel, Andrew, Sonia, Freedom, or she put the what is now. Natty, Editing, Monica, Janet. All right, so that's how the answers came in, and the scorekeeper is doing the final tally. Congratulations to all who participated, who were able to answer, because it's a game of speed and quality Wi-Fi. So thank you so much for participating, and congratulations to all the winners. The person who had the most points and the 4 runners up. Good night, Natty. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
All right.
Janet said, I take in score, so you better get it correct.
Yes, of course. So Andrew came in 5th on the board. 300 points. Congratulations to Andrew. I think the 3 consecutive weeks that
he's been on the board.
He has been on the board.
Picked up a prize.
All right. So Ricardo, 4th place.
No, it's 2 weeks.
800 points. And Sonia, 3rd place with 1,400 points. David, 2nd place, 2,000 points. And Truck Life taking the cake tonight with 4,300 points.
Okay, so Sonia said thank you to Baron and Henry for a great Friday evening. Excellent discussion.
Thank you
so much. All right, so you are on the board again for 2nd week, Andrew, and you picked up a point, as I always you picked up a prize, sorry. So I always said the race is not for the swift, but those who can endure to the end, because it's just perseverance and hard work will always pay off. This is the price being paid for me at the back of the No, I mean that's how it goes when everybody started. They can attest to that. They can tell you how a lot of them struggle, especially Truck Life. Truck Life used to be a 6 boss. He can tell you how many times he's been dubbed 6 boss, and now he's at the top of his game. Andrew is also getting there. So it's just perseverance and practice. It's like Olympic fingers, and you have to try and get an alien Wi-Fi.
Like Ricardo.
And David has a Delco that him always make sure have full of gas. So when everybody else tone a run down or you run out of juice, him always going. Ricardo said, they don't know call back my phone. Ricardo, you know what? I'm not gonna bother open the old fridge tonight. I'm gonna keep the fridge shut. I'm gonna keep the fridge shut. I'm not gonna dash it out there tonight. I'm not gonna give up people tonight. Ricardo said, Baron, look at my name. And just so my internet is lagging all of a sudden. Glad I made it through in time. Okay. All right. So congratulations again to all the winners. But some may keep the fridge door closed, Ricardo. What is the problem? I keep the fridge door closed tonight. All the other time I may open the fridge door just like oops, wide open. But
makes some jam get looking.
Yes, Ricardo, you are on 4th place, 800 points. So you still made it to the board. All right. So, again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you for a wonderful Friday night. Really appreciate it, and we always look forward to being with you guys on a Friday night. Really appreciate the continued support. It's after midnight for you guys, a quarter past midnight. It's 10:16 for us. The Baronet has work in the morning, I have work in the tomorrow night. So we are going to bid you adieu. We are gonna adieu. I'm gonna say good night until next week.
Alright.
We are working on something that we will let you guys know about in due time, because we have to figure out how it's gonna go, just like how we had to figure out this Friday. So thank you so much. Really appreciate each and every one. And a wonderful night, and hope to see you at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Oh yes, Reason with Ratigan is on tomorrow evening at 3 p.m. So make sure you tune into Reason with Ratigan. So until next week, safe travel on the gravel. Love you all. Thank you so much. Bye.
All right.